to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. To follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Whichever it is. I know for some it's the morning time. It's 09:58 Central European time, so that makes it 03:58 Eastern Standard Time USA. And then what is it? 12 midnight 58, right? 12:58 midnight on the Pacific time, right? And big up to everybody out there, all the listeners coming through. I appreciate you all so much. I do conversate with people from time to time in the chat, when I'm not doing a stream. Sometimes I see some comments that I want to respond to, because I can't always respond to all of them. And, there's a lot of trolling in it, obviously, too, as you probably noticed. And I really don't have time to to just answer people that just don't want to be, have real conversations, that just want to back up Trump. Like, you've never seen me come out and be like, do you know how good Biden is? Biden, number one, Biden, Kamala, number one. But these Trump trolls, that's exactly what they do. Everything is just Trump. Nothing about policy, nothing about anything. But I do try to look at the chat sometimes, right? And some of the situations, don't get me wrong, I know people sometimes get heated, especially when there's a problem that affects their life, right? When there's a problem that affects a person's life, sometimes and it's stressing, sometimes it can get heated, and nobody likes to be caught up in serious situations, right? But I just want to let somebody understand something, what my philosophy is, right? And just people in general. Nobody's better than each other. There's nobody that's better. There's no person suffering that is better or more worthy than another person, and I'm just telling you my philosophy, just in case you want to know, for people that come here, right, to my page, just in case they want to know how I think about stuff. And I'm telling you, when I say that, I mean that seriously. And I think you should think before you respond to what I'm saying, because I think a lot of people don't get the depth of that sometimes, that nobody's suffering is better than another person's suffering, that everybody suffers. And I'm going to tell you, when I have this philosophy, it was when I was pretty young, you know what I'm saying? A young man at the time, but I'm a reading young man, I read a lot about sociology, psychology, books. I mean, I don't know how many people to give you an idea, I don't know how many people of like Dan Brown. He wrote a book called the Celestine Prophecy, right? I don't know. And then he had a follow-up on that called the Ninth Prophecy or something like that. But in any case, really, the beauty is in the first book, if you ask me. And just how the book is written, of course, it's a fiction piece. It's a piece of fiction. But the depth behind it is dealing with human beings and how we deal with suffering. You see what I mean? And how we personally deal with suffering. And so I was reading, I read that when that came out. That was out a little bit of time. I forget year that was, but that's got to be like what, 90, I don't know, 97, 96, 95, I don't know. Something like that, right, is when I was reading that book, right? You see what I mean? Retired, what's up? Good to see you. God bless Trump? No, to hell with Trump. To hell with Trump. I hope he burns in flames, But personally, he's a devil, if you ask me. So, really, the man's Satan. But and also, he's over with for a whole lot of people. I don't even know if his kids or his family's probably going to be chased out of the U.S. when all this is over. But in any case, back on topic. But I did tell you about this trolling stuff. Trolls don't engage content. They just go, Trump, 20. Didn't I just get finished saying that? So anyway, I don't know if you're joking, retired life, but that's exactly what you came in on. But in any case, now check this out. Dan Brown wrote a book called The Celestine Prophecy. And if anybody that's written that book, right, or read that book, right, it's the most recommended book you've never read. Yeah, well, I tell you what, man, when you open that book up, how I got that book was from a friend of mine that gave me that book. And let me tell you, the first thing that it says is that that's how you're going to get the book. A friend of yours is going to give it to you, or somebody, it makes some reference to that, if I remember right, if I remember correctly. But in any case, here we go. I told you, don't engage content. Trump people don't engage content. They only go, Trump, number one. But in any case, and if y'all don't engage the content, then I'm just going to have to put the subscriber mode on. But in any case, the book is written by Dan Brown, again, Celestine Prophecy. And the book is about human suffering, how people deal with suffering, and And also, it has a lot of aspects to it, but it's worth reading. And abuse, it's about abuse, vampirism, how some people abuse others in their language and don't even realize it, don't even know what their own motive is, how they speak to other people. You see what I mean? And let me tell you, when I was in my 20s, I caught on real quick to how people talk, you know what I mean, and their intentions. And a lot of times how people talk, everyone always say they got a reason. They're always suffering. Every human being always says that they're the sufferer. Every human being always says that they're the ones that's suffering. And when they say that, that means they don't have to listen or pay attention to anyone else. That's ultimately what that means, right? That I don't have to listen to anyone because I'm suffering now. And this ties into like the fact that a lot of times people think that certain diplomats are boring, they don't get emotional enough, you know what I'm saying? Things like this. And but you might want to realize that if you don't know how to communicate with other people, right? Other people that are just like you're not going to get ultimately what you want. You're not going to get it. And, so I know I curse a lot on my programming, you know what I mean? Sometimes I curse at the trolls, you know what I'm saying? Like really, especially when I'm saying something and they're being insensitive, right? Not caring, not showing care for anyone else, right? You see what I mean? So I might actually get belligerent, but I never start off belligerent with anybody. And I'm a pretty good listener. You see what I mean? I'm a pretty good listener also. So I caught on that there's some people that have to be abusive because they don't know how to create energy on their own. They don't know how to feel happy by themselves. So part of their life is being connected to looking down on someone else or being hateful of someone else or, being able to blame someone else. You see what I mean? A lot of people do things that way. And I think what brought me to that, when I realized that, this was sometime after reading that book, I really connected with that book, Celestine Prophecy, right? And then I realized something. I had another revelation, and I was just like, you know what? People in general always think they're the people that suffer the most. They always, hey, Eric, they always think a lot, not all people, but a lot of people think that their suffering is more important than someone else's suffering. Like their suffering has to come first. But the truth is that everybody on earth, no matter who you are, come from a background of suffering. And that's a revelation I had. You don't have to have that revelation. I'm just telling you something about myself and how I deal with people. Right? How I deal with people. And again, it's my life. It's a reflection of my own life. I don't expect everybody to get it, because everybody doesn't have the same life. Right. But I know one thing for sure. I was having this philosophy in my 20s that every person comes from a background of suffering somehow, whether it's indirect or directly or indirect. And I remember saying that to somebody that I know, and they actually didn't understand me. They didn't understand me. They didn't understand it, and what that means is that I'm not the type of person that just because I may have suffered at some point in my life, I don't carry it on with me. I don't carry it on, and I don't use it as a tool to abuse other people. You see what I mean? I don't use it as a tool of, that makes me special over you. You see what I'm saying? Or special over anyone. You know what I mean? I don't do it that way. I don't need it that way. And I don't even need to even talk about what my suffering may have been or might be. I don't even have a need to get currency from it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? Like, I don't have a need to even get currency from it. Because I figured out how to, be happy myself, how to create happiness from inside of myself with my own skills, with my own hands, with my own abilities. You see what I mean? So I don't have to use my suffering to abuse other people either. And I hope people that listen to me can get, sometimes I do curse and everything, but I hope the people that listen to me can get an idea that that's how I am really as a person. You see what I mean? Like, I'm able to, how can I say this? Be diplomatic with other people. I'm able to sit with somebody else and listen to their suffering and understand it and see it as equal, seeing it as relevant without being dismissive. You see what I mean? And the reason why I say diplomatic is because, again, everybody thinks their is more important. That's nothing special. That's nothing special at all. And if you want to get anything done in a situation where everybody thinks their suffering is special or they're more important, if you want to get somewhere with, which is a lot of people, you have to have some kind of neutral language that you use. You got to have some kind of neutral language that you use so you can even have a conversation, right? And I think that's why people get bored with diplomats, because they have to use neutral language. They don't get to use the language of I'm suffering first. You don't matter. No, they actually got to sit down and say, I'm suffering and you're suffering. So how can we fix this together? That's what diplomats have to do. That's the challenge of being. Hold on. Let me see something here. What the hell is going on here? Anyway, so listen, there's somebody that obviously cannot really get past themselves to even hear what I'm saying at all. You know what I mean? This is so funny. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is proof to the pudding, like, really, but having said that, that brings us to the Venezuela moment, right? Now, I do realize somebody in the chat, because this is where I started the point where it started in the chat, in the middle of the night. Someone was talking about Venezuela and expressing their views to me regarding Venezuela. And, I think, my perspective, is my perspective. But this person assumed what my perspective was. And I think that's where it went wrong, right? Because there's no need to assume anything. When you have the opportunity to communicate directly with a person, that is your one chance to be able to establish it and receive all the information you need to get from them, if you're willing to ask. Assuming deprives you of all those questions you could ask a person, right? So in this dialogue, the conversation was about Venezuela. I even think the person may have been Venezuelan, expat or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm gonna, let me see here. Let me just, anyway, so, it's interesting how some people come to places where they hate people. It's like, just go someplace with people where you love people, man. Like, what the hell? But the person was talking about Venezuela. The convo was about Venezuela, and they made a statement where they said my problem is I think there's no Venezuelan people suffering. Absolutely incorrect. Completely, utterly false. And nothing that I've ever said any place, anytime has ever led to that. There's just no statement there. My perspective has nothing to do with whether people are suffering, because some people are suffering and others are suffering more than others. Right? That's my take on it. Right? Now, the thing about it is that we were talking, and I'm going to bring this clip up here. We were talking about whether, my opinion simply was, look, and I said this yesterday, right? Also in the live, actually, Marjorie Green Taylor said something to the effect of, we can be happy for the Venezuelan people that Maduro is gone, right? And I said, after seeing that clip, my reaction to that was like, actually, I'm not really happy about that. I'm not really happy about that. And it has nothing to do with Maduro. I know that he's a problematic figure. I know he's an oppressive figure. I know all of those things, right? But the bigger picture is, how are you going to make things better in Venezuela? And I don't see that as making it better. I just don't. Very simple. That wasn't what I got out of it, right? And I haven't heard anything that Trump said that alludes to things are going to get better. So that's why I thought, in my view, it's like using people's tax dollars, violating international law, violating our own nation's laws, while we are hypocritical, because obviously we have criminals like Trump. You know what I'm saying? How hypocritical is that? He can't even be prosecuted in the U.S. damn near for anything. And he goes to another country and captures somebody and is trying to prosecute them. This is obviously all bad. It's all bad. And but the person, their view of it is that they responded. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the tax money. They don't give a shit about the political implications. They don't give a shit. And what I'm here to say is this. You should give a shit. You should give a shit because, and people should give a shit about you too and what you think and what you feel, right? You should, especially when there's real implications to it, right? Now, myself, I don't think the U.S. can solve Venezuela's issues. I don't think that's possible. You see what I mean? I don't think it's even possible. And myself, right? And but I do wish, their situation to be better. You know what I mean? I don't have any issue with Venezuelan people at all. You see what I mean? Like, I don't really have an issue. I mean, I think that they're wonderful people, Venezuelans, and so I don't really have an issue with that. But that doesn't mean I believe that we can solve that problem, the U.S. That also doesn't mean I believe that situation, that was the correct thing to do. I don't believe it was the correct thing to do. I don't think it's going to help, and that's just my opinion of it. Now, if you want to work together, like how I see it is like people, for me, I'm an average Joe talking to another average Joe. Yeah, unless I'm your oppressor, you should probably give a shit. You see what I mean? You should probably give a shit a little bit, because I've seen, and this is why I say this, I've seen a lot of poor people go at each other. I've seen a lot of middle class people go at each other, argue and say things like that they don't give a shit or get extremely frustrated with each other. I've seen a lot of average people do that. Middle class people from all over the world, different sectors, involved with different kinds of politics, different type of activism. And, the key thing that you actually have to do is really care about somebody else's perspective to get any type of change coming. Like, really, that's really the thing. And I don't know how many people heard this. What I said this in the end of one of my streams in the last couple of days is that I said, I hope the party that is in charge reaches out to the other party in brotherly love and let these people know that you are important. You are Venezuelans also. And the reason why I said that is because until you get to that part done, everybody else is going to be picking at you at any time. And that's not making things better. You see what I mean? Solidarity. Respecting all the people of a nation, and I'm saying this even to Maduro, is what makes things better. You see what I mean? And I'm saying this to all people around the world. Listen to, and I played the Danish king's speech as an example. I played his speech as an example. You know, that guy is intelligent because he knows chaos rules on disorganization, fighting, bickering among people that really are in the same class, right? I mean, it really does. You know, chaos thrives on that. It looks for people that have bad communication skills, don't care about each other, always put up a wall, no type of attempt to get past that wall, to change the other person's mind, to be you see what I'm saying? So but in any case, that's my message. That's who I am. If you don't like that, this probably isn't the place for you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just letting you know straight up. It's probably not the place for you. You see what I'm saying? Like, really, because I'm actually sharing my real feelings about that. So I believe anything's possible when people realize everyone is born from a background of suffering, either directly or indirectly, but everyone is. And I think the more that everybody gets in tune with that reality, you know, the more we're willing to listen to each other, so that the billionaires don't own every goddamn thing every time. You see what I mean? Because let me tell you, the average Venezuelan ain't getting shit from no oil or anybody else. Americans, we ain't gonna get that oil. You know what I mean? We spending our tax dollars trying to get oil for some billionaires that don't even want us to have health care. And in my perspective, yes, that does matter. That matters on how I feel about it. That matters on how I feel. I don't feel good about it because what the hell? I don't believe anybody's getting anything out of it except the rich people. What the fuck? But that's just my view. I just wanted to say that to open up the stream, y'all. I hope everybody's doing well. But that's my message to everybody. Like, learn how to get along or become a victim too. You know, anybody can become a victim. You see what I mean? And I'm gonna do something real quick here. 2 seconds, y'all. Let me do something. I could see, there's some factor, an interesting, strange factor in here. You know, you feel free to comment on what I'm saying too. Here, let me see something. 2 seconds, y'all, and then we're gonna get into it. Let me see here. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, so let's see how that does. Alrighty. So so now we're in subscriber mode. Maybe we'll get some people that will engage the chat and not just like, random comments and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't want things to get off track. It's cool, but sometimes it's a little too much. So now,
how long it takes a beginner like my dad?
Sorry, if you subscribe to the channel, it'll take you 1 minute to get into the chat. All right, just so you know, just so folks know. All right, and yeah, just so you know. Now, yeah, I could see. So, yeah. Now, in any case, now let's deal with the information. Now, listen. I'm not only dealing. I see somebody's like, that's your problem. You only work in feelings. No, actually, I don't. But I recognize feelings exist. We're all human beings, and we all have them. And there's a place for those things. You see what I mean? But when you can't control your feelings, and you're not considering other people's feelings at all, or not even just feelings, other people's actual history, other people's actual reality, when you're not willing to consider other people's actual realities, forget their feelings, that's when people get into trouble, when they're not able to accept that everybody has a perspective that is valid. You see what I mean? If you're not willing to get to that point, you can't solve problems with other people. So you just need to understand that. If you can't get to that point where you understand everybody comes from a background of suffering, whether it's, and that means, something bad happened to them. That's a history. That's not just like, oh, I suffer just because I suffer. That's like bad things have happened. You see what I mean? If you can't get to that point as a person where you're willing to acknowledge that everybody has something like that, you can't solve problems with other people. You just can't. You see what I mean? Especially big problems. You just can't. You see what I mean? So, yeah. So in any case, let's go on to this. Okay. I say somebody said saying Venezuelans won't get anything. No, I didn't say they won't get anything. What I said is I don't believe they will get anything. You didn't listen, my friend. And that's what I mean. See, there it is right there. I don't believe they will get anything out of Trump's advancement with oil into, I don't believe it. You see what I mean? Now, you can believe it. You can actually believe it. I have no problem with you believing that. You see how diplomatic I am? You see, that's the whole point right there. I think you missed something. You don't solve problems with other people if you cannot acknowledge their perspective. If you can't acknowledge that it's even valid, you're only arguing then. Don't you understand that? And you're free to argue, but that's not changing anything. You see what I mean? Arguing doesn't change, and that's the point. Sometimes diplomats, that can be boring. That can sound really boring. It means you don't get to assume. You don't get to tell people, I don't give a shit about what you think. You don't get to kind of be like that. You see what I mean? Not in that realm. Now, you could do that on another time. I don't always have to be diplomatic. And I also recognize that. But if I was out to get something done, I might try to be. You see what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. But I'm not suggesting you do it. And I'm not suggesting your life is my life either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you about my life, what my principles are, and giving you an example of it, and why I think that way, why I try to do things in a slightly different way. Now, you don't have to care about it. You see what I mean? Anyway, let's get on to Venezuela, because I see somebody didn't even get what I said. That point went over their head. So let's get there, And also, by the way, I'm not Venezuelan, so whether the shit works or not is really not on me. I'm more concerned about, some other things that I also think are also worthy to discuss. Not only, the wheelings and dealings of the oil empires. OK, You know what I'm saying? I mean, excuse me. You know what I'm saying? That's all I mean. You could also acknowledge that Americans won't be getting it. They pay for that with their tax dollars. You could acknowledge that, right? Can't you acknowledge that also? That the same Americans that can't afford their health care are paying for that. You can acknowledge that, right? I mean, maybe you can't acknowledge it. You could talk about that part about it too. Is that feel good? Is that right? Is that a good history to set? What do you think about that history? Not being able to afford health care, you paying taxes, but your tax dollars go to invade another country and tell them what to do with their oil. So oil companies can make money that don't even care about whether the taxpayer has health care. Is that a good cycle, or is that a cycle that's kind of foul, oppressive, bad? You tell me. So, you just think about it yourself. You don't have to, you don't have to agree. I'm just expressing myself. Yeah. But in any case, let me see here. Where is this at? Is it right here? Boom. I think we got it here. Can everybody see that? All right, let's let it roll and see what's going on.
Taylor Green and Thomas Massey are quite skeptical of this. They are very much in the minority. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just talk the GOP on the U.S. military ousting Maduro? Ipsos, 65% support, 6% opposed. How about the Washington Post poll? 74% support, just 10% opposed. If you look among 2024 Trump supporters, we're talking about 80% support. The vast, vast majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump on this issue. Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene are very much in the minority. Very few Republicans are with him.
You say they're with him on this issue. Do you even need those words, this issue?
No, I don't need the words this issue, because the bottom line is this. Donald Trump has had an iron grip on that Republican base for a long period of time, and it is the same iron grip that he had 6 months ago. I know every so often people are trying to say, oh, I spot these little rifts in the Republican base. Oh, you know, they're finally starting to break. They're starting to break from Donald Trump. It ain't happening, at least when it comes to the approval rating. Look at this. 84% 6 months ago, 85% now. You don't have to.
I mean, if I was a Republican, I would like this too, because it means you don't have to think about the Epstein files. I mean, basically, that's what that means. Trump really didn't spend much time on this. You know, he is doing it. In my opinion, it's really just an escape from the Epstein files. There's nothing else to it. The man is caught up in the Epstein files. The Department of Justice is not going to release them, pretty much because they know that they basically are condemning him. You know, you see what I mean? So, you know, I don't trust anything. You know, even the thing with Greenland, right? And there's some new reporting on that too. I mean, sure, it's really convenient to have that to do right now, right? But the key question is, it's not really going to show any fruit. Either one is not going to show any fruit anytime soon. Like, there is nothing that's going to happen fast that's going to allow anything out of Greenland or Venezuela as far as the U.S. is concerned. So it's pretty convenient. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like saying, I need something to do. It's like having OCD and shit. I better stay busy to avoid the Epstein files. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. And, you know, Greenland is a good example, too, because let's be honest. Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Venezuelan people. He hates you. Do you know what he was just doing to the diaspora in the United States just weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to this? In months, he was sending their ass to goddamn El Salvador to go to the worst prison on earth just because of their name and their color. That's what Trump was doing to Venezuelans. You didn't hear how he was demeaning Venezuelans in America? You didn't hear that? So it's obvious Trump is not doing this for Venezuelans. You know, I mean, that's just obvious. Secondly, oil. He's talking about somebody has to pay for all the infrastructure to get the oil out of the ground. So that's telling you right there, that's a long end project. That's not a project that's just going to turn around instantly to bring some value. That shit could. So it's mighty. What I'm saying is that it's mighty convenient. It's a mighty convenient step away from the Epstein files, but the Epstein files still exist. You know, and Greenland also, it's like, look, this shit about Greenland is crazy because Trump doesn't even know what the agreement is about himself. Look, listen, actually, as a matter of fact, maybe I should just play something about that. You know, Denmark had this agreement with Greenland. The U.S. has signed 3 different agreements about Greenland with Denmark. The U.S. and Denmark have 3 different agreements, three consecutive agreements on. So it's not like they don't have agreements and they don't make other agreements, right? But the thing about it is Trump doesn't know anything about the history of Denmark and Greenland. He knows nothing about it. He also Marco Rubio knows nothing about it. Stephen Miller knows nothing about it. So they ask questions and they don't even know their own treaties that the U.S. already signed about it. Secondly, this is what lets you know it's just convenient to talk about Greenland right now. The bottom line is that the Greenlanders and the Danes already have an agreement where the U.S. can use Greenland militarily. They already have that agreement. So it's not about security. It's not about the Russians. It's not about the Chinese, because there's already the U.S. military there for those reasons. And not only the U.S. military in that region, by the way. Canadian military is not on Greenland, but if you ever looked at a map, there's a lot of Canadian, military bases in the north, north of the mainland, in the island areas, right? And, so it's just kind of ridiculous. Also, how do you do Facebook and social media diplomacy? Don't you usually, when you want something done, usually pick up the phone and contact the office and say, hey, can we have a meeting? We have some concerns. Isn't that what you normally do when you want something? But that's not what they did. That's not what Trump did. Trump just went to Truth Social. I want Greenland, or went to the media. I want Greenland. We need Greenland. But that's not how you get Greenland. Saying it on TV is not how you get it. It didn't work before, did it? No. So haven't you learned a lesson? You know what I'm saying? So it kind of lets you know Trump is doing it, or at least he might be serious. You never know. But he is definitely using it as a distraction from the Epstein files. That is why he's just repeating the cycle in the media and not picking up the phone and calling the ambassador to the U.S. to speak to them, or anybody else in the Danish government. That's how you know he could be interested in it for real, but he's definitely interested in the distraction part of it. You see what I mean? Because of how he goes about it. Secondly, they already have the treaty and they have the NATO treaty. So it already says right there that no NATO nations agree. When they're part of NATO, they agree to resolve any issue peacefully through dialogue. That's part of the moment you break that, you're breaking NATO agreement. That's what that is. So there's no other way around it. That's the agreement, and the agreement only holds when people hold it up. Once you have one party that doesn't hold it up, it's over. So you can see how Stephen Miller answers questions about it. He doesn't want to say we're going to take it. They don't want to say it right now because they know that if they don't watch their language, all of NATO is over. All of NATO is over. And Denmark was one of the first nations to sign, right? For very good reason, because, Russian subs have to come by Denmark if they want to get out at all. You see what I mean? So it's a very strategic place for the U.S., right? And also just like they say Greenland is, well, if your main adversary is Russia, Denmark is also, the Baltic Sea is also one of your concerns too. And the last time I checked, the United States doesn't own anything over here. They don't own any land over here in the Baltic Sea. The last time I checked. So where are their military bases? Their military bases are on other NATO nations' land. Yes. You see what I'm saying? So people really need to think about it, and not just think about it, but collect the facts. Then think about it. Don't think about it before you collect all the facts, because having the facts might make a difference in what you come to think about it. You see what I mean? What is going on, in other words, And so in any case, let's go back to this stuff with the, who thinks it's popular in the U.S. By the way, I don't give a fuck who thinks it's popular. Listen, 1/3 of the population voted for Donald Trump. That's it. So anything else that stemmed from that 1/3 of the population is still only 1/3 of the population. Most Americans don't want this. Most Americans are very clear. They do not want this. The damn Greenlanders already had a poll on this, already did a government poll or something like that, like a poll with the state's money behind it. And both Greenland's money and Denmark's money, right, behind it, right, where they polled every Greenlander, I believe. And it's something like 86% said definitely not. They want to stay in their agreement with Denmark and don't want to have shit to do with the U.S. outside of the current agreement. That's it. and only 6%, I'm sorry, said they were interested in joining the U.S. Only 6%. So it's pretty much a wrap. To me, it seems like the rest of it is like manipulation on TV. The bottom line is that people should know this. If the United States of America attempts to use physical violence or their military to take physical control or any other type of control over Greenland, NATO is over. Just understand that. So if your goal is to end NATO, that would be an excellent way to do it. Also, if your goal is to keep the Europeans and Denmark busy somewhere else militarily, away from Russia, away from Ukraine, if that's your goal, then that's a good strategy to start talking about Greenland again. And I believe that is part of Donald Trump's strategy. So he has a lot of motives for wanting to talk about Greenland all of a sudden. One, he can help Putin. The other, he can distract from the Epstein files. You see what I mean? So he can help Putin in a lot of ways here. So he can help Putin in two ways by talking about Greenland. One, make the Europeans have to start focusing on Greenland, and it kind of splits up their resources, you know. And number two, from Ukraine to Greenland, that's obvious what part of what it is. And then the other one, if it does happen to break up NATO, that benefits Putin too. So there's two reasons that help Putin for Donald Trump to talk about Greenland. And he's very much aware of that. These people aren't stupid. They're not just winging it, although Donald Trump is a good front man that makes things sound like he's winging things all the time. But he's not the mastermind. You know, he's taking orders, I'm pretty sure. You know, someone else is deriving this script for him. It's not him. You see what I mean? Now, this thing in Venezuela is just another thing to it. It's just another thing to it. You know, he doesn't care about Venezuelans. He was throwing Venezuelans. He was snatching up in the United States. He was snatching up old Venezuelan mothers off the street, grandmothers, from one day to the second without notifying their family and sending them to detention camps. He was snatching up their kids and sending them to detention camps. He was separating their families and sending them to detention camps. That means you don't care one bit about anybody that's Venezuelan. You spit on them. That's what Trump did. That's what the Trump administration did. He spit on Venezuelans before he attacked. You see what I mean? So don't none of you, get it. I hope you don't have the delusion that he cares about you. There's nothing that he's doing that has anything to do, in my opinion, with caring one inkling about any Venezuelan at all. If he could have it his way, he would steal it from all you motherfuckers, like straight up. And I hate to say it that way. If he could have it his way, he would take it from Maduro and everybody in Maduro's party and everybody in the opposition party. He would just take it from everybody. And that's indeed what he's talking about. He's actually talking about it. So you can see how I could be like, man, I actually don't like this. I actually don't like where this is going. But hey, if you're Venezuelan and you like where this is going, okay, I understand that. I understand it. Go.
Be a mathematical genius.
You have your perspective. We talked about it now. So
85% and 84% are basically the same number. In fact, 85% is 1 point higher than 84%.
Show me iron grip again.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jess. Yeah, thanks, Bits. Also, I appreciate both of y'all. Straight up.
Strength, very important for people as they get older. Now, one of the people who's been central to this operation, from the beginning, central to the policy in this entire region, is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. How has interest in him been affected over the last few days?
Yeah, one of the ways you know that the Republican base is with the president on this issue is look at those who are, in fact, President Trump has delegated to be at least very much in charge. Just look at this. Google searches for Marco Rubio up 575% from last month. We're talking about the second highest since he ran for president back in 2016. We spoke about it last hour, how the American people view this at this point as a successful operation, considerably more so than did prior to the operation, backing, in fact, the ousting of Maduro. We now, of course, see as well that success is being pushed onto Marco Rubio as well.
And so the question is, why is this man smiling? What are the prediction markets saying about his chances to be the next Republican nominee?
Yeah, take a look here. I mean, Marco Rubio's chances to be the 2028 presidential GOP nominee. 30 days ago, it was 8%. Look at that, more than doubled, now up to 18%. It's him and J.D. Vance in a two-person field at this point. Marco Rubio definitely getting the fruits of the Venezuelan operation.
What? Let me see. They're doing polling on Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Okay, it's obviously, I don't know why they doing that so early. I don't get that. It's like the next election isn't for anything presidential is 2028. You know, I mean, and then Congress and the Senate is coming up now, right? Congress and maybe some senator special elections or something, that too. But the congressional one is the one that's big that's coming up, right? And in 2026, and they talking about how Marco Rubio is polling and J.D. Vance. I'm like, man. But obviously this is polling among Republicans. Okay, yeah, because no, I don't know nobody else. You know, independents. This doesn't sound like independents, but in any case,
successful operation, considerably more so than did prior to the operation, backing, in fact, the ousting of Maduro. We now, of course, see as well that success is being pushed onto Marco Rubio as well.
And so the question is, why is this man smiling? What are the prediction markets saying about his chances to be the next Republican nominee?
Yeah, take a look here. I mean, Marco Rubio's chances to be the 2028 presidential GOP nominee. 30 days ago, it was 8%. Look at that, more than doubled, now up to 18%. It's him and J.D. Vance in a two-person field at this point. Marco Rubio definitely getting the fruits of the Venezuelan operation.
Okay, so this is what I was getting at. This is the cat fight, like J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio cat fight. And, you know, I don't know how many of you watched one of the, you know, maybe it's 2 streams before this. I'm not sure. But, you know, I was saying that J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio both want to be president, obviously, right? But Trump is getting goddamn old. Like, Trump is old. Best believe it. This man is on his last leg. He's not going to last long. And my belief is that they already know that. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance. That's why J.D. Vance got out there in the public and start speaking a little bit, you know, to try to get ahead of this, to gain confidence of some people. But the problem is that he's hard. You know, he doesn't even seem like he has confidence in himself. Right. So it's hard. But the thing is that there's 2 ways you can get rid of Trump. One is Trump can let it go himself. He can just volunteer and say, hey, I'm too old. Let me pass the baton and choose one of them. Right. But Trump is, in my view, he's a narcissist. So the moment he's going to start thinking about someone else having control, I don't think that's an easy choice for Trump, you know, just giving over power. Right. So I'm thinking it's the opposite happening. I'm thinking Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, they know Trump is cooked. They know he's over the edge. He's just delirious. And, you know, they know that, right? They know he's on his last leg. So when do you get him out of there? Do you get him out of there before he messes up too much? Because he and his policies are definitely getting more people to vote for Democrats. Every day Trump is in office, more people are voting for Democrats. It's just that simple. Republicans are losing special elections across the U.S. I actually think they might only, I don't know how many people down they are now, but they're down a few more in special elections in Congress, you know? So it's like a razor. It's like a razor, you know, a thin wire of a difference between who can control the House now. The Dems are almost there even before 2026, even before November. You see what I'm saying? So Trump is afraid of that. Trump is afraid. And J.D. Vance is afraid of that. And Marco Rubio is afraid of. They're all afraid of that because guess what can happen? As soon as the Dems get a majority, I mean, it may not happen until November, but as soon as they get a super majority, right, in the Senate and a super majority in the Congress, I actually think it only needs to be a super majority in one of those, to be honest. But that means the Dems can get rid of all of them. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Trump, the whole the goddamn Cash Patel, you know, they can do that actually. And so I think that's putting more pressure on J.D. Vance and more pressure on Marco Rubio than it is even Trump, because they know that their only chance is to get Trump out of there. I think that's what's going on. They don't want to go on for 5 more months, with Trump doing all the things he's doing, because they know they're seeing the polling on the rest of the population. I mean, Republicans may like this, but the Republican Party is getting smaller and smaller and smaller by the day. So it won't really matter. So you just let me know what you think about that thought. I mean, do you think Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance are going to, they have to get 18? I heard they have to get something like, is it 18 people? It's 18 people. And out of that 18, I think they got to get 11 people to get to. J.D. Vance has to get 11 people to get rid of Trump. That's what it is. It's something like that. He's got to get a certain number of people in the cabinet. He can't do it alone. He can't go out there and say Trump is sick. That's it. I'm taking over. No, it has to be 10 or 11 other cabinet members that go along with it. Like a little more than half have to go along with it. Right. I think it is that. Right. So Marco Rubio knows that, too. So if J.D. Vance, you see how that happens. J.D. Vance might need Marco Rubio's to go along with that. So I think there's some issue there, though. But in any case, let me play some more.
In a week. All right, Harriet, and thank you very much for that.
Joining me now in the group chat, Sabrina Singh, CNN Global Affairs commentator, Ashley Davis, former White House official under President George W. Bush, and Lulu Garcia-Navarro, CNN contributor and host of the New York Times The Interview podcast. You guys, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here. Got a defense expert, Bush-era expert, and Lulu, who has done a lot of reporting in Venezuela in the past. So first, I want to start with you, Sabrina. You had all of these people come out of this briefing, and here is how House Speaker Mike Johnson.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room.
Man, this is
described what he heard.
Funny.
This is not a regime change. This is a demand for change of behavior by a regime. We have a way of persuasion because their oil exports, as you know, have been ceased, and I think that will bring the country to a new governance in very short order.
What do these?
No, I don't agree with that. There's nothing secure about them. Everything about this is on the wire. There's a lot. Even this thing about seizing it. Listen, how much do you think it costs the U.S. taxpayer? They're seizing the oil. They're taking the oil. But at the bottom of the line, the U.S. taxpayer ain't getting shit out of this. So while he describes it as, there's time, things are going well, he has to convince an American public that is not only flipping the bill for all of this, they're paying for it with their tax dollars. At the same time, this very party that is taking the oil is not even interested in these people having health care. So this is not going on well with the American people. And him ignoring those things are not good for the success of this initiative that they're on. You see, so I don't know, but to me it sounds like he always does this. MAGA Mike Johnson holds the line no matter what. It doesn't matter. Even when he loses, he holds the line and loses. And, this guy is just not, he's not your average whip, right? He's basically one of Trump's stooges. That's how it works. You see what I mean? And this is the same guy to send people home to not even vote. I mean, he doesn't even have the confidence in his whole party, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's losing confidence day by day. So this is just more of the same. Taxpayers pay his salary. Taxpayers pay his dental bills. Taxpayers pay for his kids to go to school, pay for his wife's lifestyle. Taxpayers are doing everything for him, and he's doing nothing for taxpayers, like nothing at all.
This is a demand for change of behavior by a regime. We have a way of persuasion because their oil exports, as you know, have been ceased, and I think that will bring the country to a new governance.
I mean, I like him in the meaning that what he represents. I mean, it becomes very clear that this Republican Party cares nothing about the average Republican. That's not their priority at all. They're fixated on billionaires getting money, and they're showing it to you every single day, and that's why, in a way, it's a blessing, because he's not even trying to hide it.
In very short order.
What do these words mean?
I think the Republicans in particular are doing, they have to jump through a lot of verbal hoops right now, because I think Republicans are trying to justify
Fix it
what
at
the
home. What's
president
up?
is doing and these actions, which really fly in the face of what the MAGA base really elected Donald Trump on, which was the idea that we're not going to get into endless wars and start this idea of nation building all around the world. And so I think when you see Mike Johnson, I've seen other Republicans join CNN as well, I think it's a lot of, trying to.
But if you basically have your naval fleet in position to use the oil, and you have leverage with the government, are you effectively in charge?
Well, I think that really remains to be seen, because what does running the government of Venezuela look like? Because if we are running the government, that means we are running their entire process. I mean, think of the government that we run today. I mean, we're running their courts. Are we overseeing their election process? Donald Trump poured cold water on the idea that there's not going to be an election in 30 days. That's part of the Venezuelan constitution. So are we really running the government? I mean, that's also going to require law enforcement, which would mean boots on the ground. So
that we're going to ask Ryan Zinke about later today, former Navy SEAL,
that's a great question
someone who wore the boots.
What that looks like. But so running the country, I think, you can say those words, but in practice, what does that look like? And I think lawmakers on both sides of the aisles have questions about that.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask you guys. I feel like whenever there's military action, Lindsey Graham gets his wings. And here is what he had to say in recent
Lindsey
hours
Graham.
about what he thinks should happen next.
Another greedy bastard.
No military in the world could have done it. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. So I pray and hope that 2026 will be the year that we make Iran great again.
I mean,
the list is getting longer. I just have to play this reaction from Rand Paul, who is occasionally good for a laugh. Kentucky Senator, shout out. Here's what he had to say on Monday.
Introducing. I really, it's sad that people just keep voting for the same folks. And this guy, he just went, listen, these are the same people that supported Trump, his administration, and his administration ran on staying out of foreign wars. And you see how they just flipped it. It's not even 1 year gone by, and they totally flipped the entire platform is back to the other platform. And, It's really, they have no shame. This party has no shame, zero shame, and I just really, I really wonder, I hope that there is a universal response to this, right? I hope that there's a karma for this, because they're really not going out of the way to hide what their intentions are. It's right out front for everyone to see. Yes, they're talking about invading Iran while they're not talking about your healthcare subsidies, which you pay taxes for, right? I mean, it's pretty bold, and it's very obvious that they want you, the average taxpayer, to pay their bills so that they can get richer. That's all that's there. There's nothing else that's there. And I wouldn't even say it's even, their platform is not even really about security even, because at the end of the day, it's the military experts that are bipartisan that will defend the country and come up with strategies to defend the country when it's actually under a real attack. You see what I mean? And it's not going to be political pawns. You see what I mean? It's not going to be this kind of stuff, political hacks like Lindsey Graham. I mean, he's almost addicted to Iran. You know what I mean? Like these are, if you've known his career over the last, damn near 30 years, 40 years maybe, It's just all Iran. It's all the same cycle, just all the same thing, just being recycled over and over and over and over, you know. And have they ever gotten off of this thing? Have they ever resolved the problem with Iran? They've been trying to stop Iran from having a nuclear bomb my entire goddamn life. I mean, it's boring. It's boring. And it's, you know, anyway, let's just hear some
Apparently this attack's been under planning for 3 or 4 months, and so there's plenty of time to ask Congress's permission. I think it's disdainful.
See Graham's fingerprints and all this?
Yeah, there needs to be a law, and he needs to be banned from going to the White House.
Damn, that's deep. Hold on. I like that one. Let me see here.
Senator shout out. Here's what he had to say on Monday.
Apparently this attack's been under planning for 3 or 4 months, and so there's plenty of time to ask Congress's permission. I think it's disdainful.
See Graham's fingerprints and all this?
Yeah, there needs to be a law, and he needs to be banned from going to the White House.
You know what? And it's true. MAGA Mike Johnson, he lied pretty much yesterday. He came out to the public, and what did he say? He said something to the effect of that the president, he did his part. He contacted us, right? And he makes it sound like the president, the idea is that as long as the president contacts Congress, that he's met his obligation. What people need to know, that thing about contacting them, it has to be before. It's not supposed to be after you already did some shit. It's supposed to be before. Otherwise, that's out of the window. That means that never really happened. You see what I'm saying? And MAGA Mike Johnson is manipulating that situation. You see what I mean? Actually, listen, y'all. Donald Trump did not hold up his obligation to Congress in any way, shape, or form. Even if you wanted to say he doesn't have to get approval from Congress, okay, put that part aside, because that's one of his things. That's one thing he's supposed to do. But if it's in self-defense and it's an emergency, you're supposed to actually contact them before. It's not after. Maybe you tell the public, but you're supposed to actually tell Congress, hey, we're about to do this action. Just wanted to let you know it's here, there, and there. So be prepared. And then you move forward with your action, you know. And he made it sound like Trump had contacted him right before it happened or before he made. You see what I'm saying? And that just shows you that they don't really care about the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, maybe they did know. Maybe they did know, Andy. I see Andy said, but here's the thing. That's not what MAGA Mike Johnson said. And that's not even the point. You know, the point is not if they knew. And I'm sure they didn't know. Not in this context. Not that you're actually, you know, going to do this. I don't think that. I mean, maybe they did know. Maybe they did know. You see what I mean? I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that I know. Are you saying you know? Because I'm not saying that they know. I don't have any way of knowing if Trump picked up the phone. But that's not what MAGA Mike Johnson said. And that's the whole point. And these are lawmakers. MAGA Mike Johnson is a lawmaker. So he's supposed to convey that the president followed the law. And in his message, he didn't actually convey that. That's the point. You see what I'm saying? So you could kind of brush it off like the norm for you is not about lawmakers following the law, right? Or the executive branch following the law, or anybody following the law. You can kind of brush that off, but you can't really, because that's the least of what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be following the law themselves. And they're supposed to be concerned about the law themselves. And they're supposed to be exhibiting that to the public, you know, and it's just they're not doing it. Instead, they're doing the opposite. They're saying you don't have to really follow laws. And maybe if you do, you just do it in the, you know, just enough to skate by, just to be able to have an excuse, you know, each time, you know. I mean, that's how I see it. I don't see them making any big effort to show people that they care about the law 1 second. Look, MAGA Mike Johnson is not even holding Pam Bondi responsible for not releasing the Epstein files, as the law says. You see, we shouldn't be taxpayers and citizens and make excuses for this type of stuff. That shouldn't be the norm that you do. You know, your norm should not be like, oh, I'll pay his dental bill. I'm paying for his vacation. I'm paying for his kid's vacation. I'm paying for his kid's dental bill. I'm paying for his kid's school. I'm paying for his wife's shoes. I'm paying for. The norm shouldn't be that you do all that for them and they don't follow the law. You see what I'm saying? Like, so for me, I think my personal view is, and again, is my personal view. I think every American needs to start taking this citizenship thing serious and this law thing serious. The expectations, what's actually the relationship is. Focus, get this relationship back to one that works. This is no different than being married to somebody that's a fucking serial cheater. You know what I'm saying? This is no different from being married to somebody that's on the motherfucking down low, like sneaking out at night and doing some whole other shit and then coming back home. Like, this is no different. These people are not upholding the law. You pay their bills and you don't get, when they fuck up their job, guess who suffers? You. It's not them. It's you who suffers. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm going to tell you something. I definitely think as Americans, we don't take this Constitution serious. We don't take voting serious. We don't take, I think we're failing there. I think we're failing there, like, seriously, and I think that's exactly how we got Donald Trump as president, like, seriously. And I don't mean it to be a stickler for that, but hey, the expectation is the expectation. You're a citizen of a nation. What's expected is in the Constitution. How things work is in the Constitution or part of constitutional law. For you to get the best out of the society, these things have to work. They must be followed and upheld. Otherwise, they're not working for you. It's like you paying taxes. You just got a brand new car and the motherfucking city is not fucking filling up the potholes. Like, seriously, you won't get anywhere like you intend on it. You see what I mean? Like, if your partner doesn't do their part of the deal, like, you ain't getting nowhere fast, And one thing I know for sure is that MAGA people complain about government not working just as much as Democrats and leftist people do. All Americans always, constantly complain about the government not working for them. That has been exhibited widely. I mean, Republicans even marched into the White House, into the Capitol, breaking the windows out of their dissatisfaction. And it ain't, let me ask you something. Are things where you want them to be right now, MAGA folk? Are you happy with how things are? Do they need to get better, or are they fine right here? Has Trump done enough for you? Put a 1 in the chat if Trump has done enough for you and you happy. Put a 2 in the chat if he hasn't. And you could be from any party. I don't care. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump has done enough and he's, boom, you're happy. Or put a 2 in the chat if, hell no, the motherfucker need to do a whole lot more. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ain't putting a 1 in the chat, then you complaining, okay? That's the whole point. So don't you tell me you ain't complaining about shit. You see what I mean? You MAGA people complain all day long until a Democrat asks you, why are you complaining? Then you're like, no, we love it. We love Trump. Trump doing good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. We got you. You got to carry the water for Trump. Is that what you're going to do? You didn't carry the water for Biden 1 second, did you? No, you wouldn't do that. You couldn't carry the water for Biden 1 second. You're going to carry the water like a slave to your grave for Trump. Yes, you will. And let's not forget, a lot of people that's being punished by Trump voted for his ass and actually went out and advocated for his ass. a lot of fucking people. A lot of goddamn people. You see what I mean? This is the oddity of Trump. This is the oddity of it. You know, you got MAGA people today. They don't even want to. They trying to pretend like, oh man, Trump, everything's great now that Trump's in office. Everything worked out fine. Stop complaining, Democrats. Everything's fine. Okay, well, if everything's fine, then let's keep it exactly how it is right now. You don't need to do nothing more for the average taxpayer. Let's just stop it and all live like this. All MAGA. It's going to be a whole lot of people getting kicked out of their homes, yo. It's going to be a whole lot of people dying because they don't have health care. It's going to be a whole lot of people's parents fucking not getting visits at any elder care in their home anymore. It's going to be a whole lot of people not even being able to get into the elderly home, into a facility. Yo, if you don't want a whole lot more out of Trump right now in the Republican Party and your Congress, you're going to be suffering. And everybody knows it. You cannot fool anybody with this. Everyone, the whole fucking world knows it. Everyone in the world knows huge swaths of American people didn't even have health care before. And another huge swath of them, millions, is about to get kicked off. And anyone else is going to double or triple or quadruple for their health care, let alone the inflation. No one is envious of the U.S. right. No one's saying, damn, I wish I was in the USA right now, man. They got it sweet. Hell fucking no. You best understand that. The secret is out. The secret is out. You cannot hide. Stop the cap. Stop the cap, yo. It's insane. You might convince a person to move to the U.S. and end up suffering if you act like that. If you act like everything is all right, what the fuck? Why the fuck? Don't confuse people. Don't confuse people, man. They're going to be highly disappointed, yo.
Ban Lindsey Graham from the plane. But I was surprised to see him on the plane right there, right? Like, oh, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's about to be another shutdown coming, yo. Exactly. Amen. Let's bring it on. Shut this mother effer down. Yo, and for real, why not? Because that will definitely be the only way you're getting health care. The only way you're getting the tax credits back is through the shutdown, just like before. Yo. I mean, of course, you didn't get what you wanted before, but it had people sweating. This time, you can make it happen. Look, you can make the shutdown be about anything you want. I said it last time. I thought the shutdown should have been about more. I thought the shutdown should have been about impeach Trump or we ain't signing shit. And I think the Democrats should do exactly that. If you do not impeach Trump and some more of his administration, leave it in shutdown. Leave it in shutdown. Do not fund the government. Stop it. That's my belief. Get him out if you want Democrat support. Period. Get Trump out. Get J.D. Vance. Because these people are criminals right now. I mean, look, Pam Bondi got to go. She has also got to go because she's not even following the law. How long do you want to deal with these people? Democrats? How long do you want to deal with these people? You can actually shut the government down because they need your votes to fund it. They need goddamn, probably, I don't know. Yeah, Democrats can end this right now. It's up to you. How fast do you want to end it? Do you want to end it soon or do you want to wait until November? You tell me. You tell me. And you shouldn't feel sorry because these people don't want nobody to have health care. Nobody. These people want to inflict harm to the American people. These people want to fuck up the United States reputation globally. These people want to fuck up the economy, kick people off their farms, kick people out of their homes so they can buy up everything and become kings. That's what they want to do. They hate Americans. This is the Hate America administration. So I say shut it down, man. Don't fund the government, man. Fuck it. Don't, because all they trying to do is slowly starve people out anyway. Can you even make it? How many people are even going to make it to November? They don't even want to have a fucking election. Yo, y'all, listen. Did you know something just happened in the Postal Service? Let me dig that up right now. Something actually just happened in the Postal Service. Now, the Postal Service is not going to be putting timestamps. Did USPS is it USPS, United States Postal Service, change its policy on time stamping when right. They're not going to put, there's some places that aren't going to put the timestamp on. Look at this, y'all. You need to know about this. And I'm glad that came up. Look, here we go, y'all. And let everybody know. Let every single body know. I'm going to play it to everyone right now. Let everyone know about this. This is so important.
Yes. The U.S. Postal Service, USPS, updated its policy on postmarking time-stamping mail late in 2025, and that change is now in effect, as of December 24th, 2025. Previously, most letters dropped off at a post office or mailbox would receive a postmark showing the date they were received by USPS, which could serve as proof that you mailed something on time, for deadlines involving ballots, tax returns, payments, etc. However, under the new rule, USPS clarified in its official mail rules, Domestic Mail Manual Plug 6008.11, that a postmark does not necessarily show the date the Postal Service first took possession of a mail piece. Instead, a postmark now reflects the date the letter is first processed by an automated sorting machine at a processing facility, which may be later than when you actually dropped it off. This means mail dropped off by you might get postmarked days later when it reaches a regional processing centre, not at the local post office counter on the date you presented it. As a result, items that depend on a postmark for meeting a deadline could be marked late if the processing date is after the deadline, even if you mailed it on time. USPS says this change is a clarification of existing practices and reflects how modern mail processing actually operates, with consolidation of facilities and centralized sorting centers, but it effectively changes how postmarks work in practice. What you can do if you need proof of mailing. If you need a timestamp that shows the exact date you handed in a letter or deadline-sensitive document, request a manual hand postmark at the post office counter when you mail it. This hand stamp shows the current date. Use certified mail or registered mail. These services generate a receipt with the date USPS accepted the item. Why it matters. Because the official postmark now may reflect a later processing date rather than the date you mailed it, deadlines tied to a postmark could be affected. For example, tax returns, mail-in ballots, legal documents, or payments. Many people are being advised to send such mail well ahead of deadlines or use services that provide proof of mailing dates. If you want, I can explain exactly what the USPS Domestic Manual change says, or help figure out what this means for a specific type of mailing you're concerned about.
Right. So, now, what do you think about that? You know, now that you see that they've changed that, I mean, I don't know how many of you understand it, but it sounds to me like it's an attempt to tamper with the, upcoming elections. And, people need to know that. And again, this shouldn't be an issue about Republican or Democrat. All Republicans and all Democrats and all citizens should agree that that's some bullshit. Like, you're not supposed to change anything on the, when an election is about to come. Now, all of a sudden, you want to change something. I mean, I don't get why. Of course, I do understand, because the Supreme Court is probably not going to rule in the people's favor, right? It's probably going to rule in the administration's favor, right? Because there's an election coming up and they know impeachment is likely to come, right? I mean, Trump has even said that publicly, but that's what I'm saying. So, look, they changed the vote, how you turn in your tax, turn in your ballot, how you turn in official federal documents to the post office. You have to request a timestamp now. You have to request it yourself. So, I mean, they're just adding one more extra little filter, one little extra little piece for you to do so that maybe you just won't actually get it done in the first place. I mean, it's all about numbers. Let's say 10,000 people have to do it that way. How many do you think will actually not get that timestamp in a situation where they know they needed it? Also, how many people do you think that would happen to? How many bags of mail do you think they would just, regular postal marks, do you think that they will just have sitting around before, a week extra before they decide to stamp it this time? You see what I mean? In other words, what they've effectively done is let you know that, if you're sitting there thinking that you're going to go down there in normal time and get your vote to count, you better vote 2-3 months in advance. You know what I'm saying? Because they could delay this shit. I mean, I'm just saying, somebody said it's private. It's not public. Yeah. So is there a public one? Have you answered that question? Can you tell us what is the public post office company? What's the public post office company in Brooklyn or in Brooklyn? Or does that not exist anymore? It's so interesting, how that's like really the look there. The bottom line is that now what they're saying is that, if you want your vote, your vote to count, don't use USP. Don't use USP. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Let me see here. Let's just deal with that. Here, for people that know, just want to know, the United States does have a public postal service. Here's how it works. The United States Postal Service, USPS, is an independent agency of the U.S. federal government. It was established in the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 gives Congress the power to establish post offices and postal roads. USPS is legally required to provide universal service, meaning it must deliver mail to every address in the country, including rural and remote areas, at uniform rate. Key characteristics of UPS: public services mission, not a private corporation. Okay, let me take this off for not a private corporation. Governed by federal law and overseen by Congress, funded mostly by postage and services, not regular tax dollars, though the Congress can and does intervene. So here's the thing. It's not your tax dollars to pay for it, but it's still U.S. government. Okay? Has a legal monopoly on first-class letter mail and mailboxes. So you see, Congress has a legal monopoly on first-class letter mail and mailboxes. Private companies can't put letters in your mailbox. Okay? How it differs from private carriers. USPS, public universal service obligation, constitutionally grounded. UPS, FedEx, DHL, private companies can choose routes, prices, and customers. Important nuance. UPS is public, but it is structured as a self-funding government entity, which often causes confusion. Okay, so I hope that explains that for you. Who made that comment there saying that it's a private company? Who said that? Oh, it's here it is. It's M. Broken that said the UPS is not government run. UPS is privately owned. That was, I mean, why would you say that if you didn't know that? Yeah, what is this, man? What's going on, man? Come on, y'all. And listen, you should care about each other. You know, you should care. You should care about this, no matter what party you're from. This is an issue of being a citizen, you know, and so everybody should want this information to be accurate, and everybody should want, you know, should be concerned about this timestamp thing being removed. You know, everybody should be concerned about that. Like, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should have nothing to do with your political affiliation. It should have something to do with your pride in being an American citizen, you know? And so there it is, you know? Now let me move on. Oh, somebody want me to cite these sources? Let me see here. Yeah, that no problem. I can do that. Yeah, let me pull all the references up for that is here. Here we go. So, and I can put them in the chat too. I think I can. No, I can't do that. So listen, you guys got to just pay attention here, right? And when I show you the sources, look, law.cornell.edu, United States Postal Service. Okay, that's from them. Let's see here. Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay. GovFacts. Okay. Right. This is of November 8th, by the way. Yeah. Wikipedia you can go to. I don't know if that's really a source, but Encyclopedia Britannica, right? GovFacts again. Let's see here. Any more? Well, let me ask. I'm just going to go to the government website here. So listen, you can go to this agency right here, USA.gov agencies/U-S-postal-services. And yeah, you can go to UPS.com, read it. Go to the About section. You can go to postoffice.com, right? I mean, yeah, listen, y'all. So in any case, people, you know, I'm glad I actually read it because I don't live in the U.S. You know what I'm saying? I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. So I myself, you know, was like, let me read that. I never heard that before. Let me just double check that. And it turns out it was false, right? So, and that goes to show you, be careful about disinformation. Be careful about spreading disinformation. You know, these are the days of, this is how we got Trump, disinformation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you should be concerned about that. You know, everybody needs to be concerned about that right now, you know, being accurate. Like, when we tell people stuff, let's go check it out ourselves. Let's go check it out ourselves and be concerned that you're spreading proper information to your neighbors and other people. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I wouldn't really even understand it. You know, me myself, I'm not here to play dirty with people. I'm not here to play dirty. You know, I'm very simple. If you think you better at me than something, then show me and I'll give you that credit. You see what I mean? Like, but let's not play dirty. You see what I mean? Like, playing dirty is something else. It adds a level of disrespect to it that doesn't even have to be there. You see what I mean? So, yeah, let's try to make sure we spread factual information. Yeah. You probably saw it in Broken. You probably saw disinformation, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Different, in Broken says, different timelines are real, maybe because I swear on my life this was argued the opposite years ago. Yeah, you like I'm trying to tell you, man, loads of people are using disinformation, even in arguments. A lot of people just get stuff from places that are not valid sources, bro. You know what I mean? And so you need to be the adult and just know now. Maybe years ago is somebody said something, but now you know. Today is the day of fact checking. You know what I mean? Like, it's so important for us to fact check, especially about things that are going to have impact on our lives, like voting, how the system works, your rights, these kind of things. We need to do the extra bit of stuff because there's a lot of disinformation out there right now. You know, yeah, it's a lot of them. What's the word on the National Guard in DC? Do people approve of it? I don't know. I don't think anybody, I think very few people approve of it in DC. I know, you know, I'm from DC, so my family's in DC. All my friends are in DC. My childhood friends, my young adult friends, my teenage friends, they all in DC, right? So, you know, a lot of them, you know, most of them are on the streets, man. But, you know, they don't like it. But I think things have changed a little bit because, like, ICE got checked. You know, they got checked walking around with these National Guard and stuff like that. They've been getting checked in DC because DC's a federal city. And, you know, of course, that makes it easy for Trump to send a National Guard there. But the practices that they use are now going before, like, judges that ain't playing on the federal level. So they were doing things like stopping people violating their Fourth Amendment rights. That's a no-go in D.C. You ain't getting through a D.C. court violating somebody's Fourth Amendment rights. So that means in a place like D.C., I don't know, I was following the news. Look, people were getting stopped. People were getting stopped and, you know, searched. That's not proper, obviously, right? And maybe they might find a gun on them, an unregistered gun or a gun, right? That's not, an unregistered gun. And, you know, the whole cases was getting thrown out. They got thrown out of the court just because of the Fourth Amendment thing being violated. You see, hold on. Bit says, I'm going to defend them here because I think she was just honestly misinformed. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I get that. No worries. No worries at all. I'm not judging, though. I'm not blaming. I get that because I actually understand there's people. There's a lot of people that believe stuff. And, you know, I myself, I can just tell you, I myself got in the habit of checking everything. Listen, yo, to make it short, I used to work for an organization. You know, I'm actually a founder of an organization, you know, that was pretty well known over here one time. So, you know, I learned to always seek the actual information, always seek the law, always review the information myself, you know, before I pass it on to the public at all. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I kind of got used to that myself, because listen, there's only one way you're going to get things right. And that is knowing the procedures, knowing how to respond, knowing what you're going to do. And so, yeah. And I would tell people, don't abuse that right to research. Don't abuse the right to to actually fact check everything that you're putting out to the public, because that's going to make a difference in how effective you are. You see what I mean? But I get it. No worries. And Broken, you ain't got to worry about that. No, you all good. You all good. No worries. Yeah, exactly. And it isn't a big deal because sometimes I'm wrong too. You know, I could be wrong. And that's why I try to qualify my sentences with I believe, I think, or I know, and present it, because you don't always know stuff. You know, sometimes I might think I know it, I remember it a certain way, but I always try to qualify it by even saying that maybe I remember it a certain way. But listen, everybody is incorrect sometimes, and it takes a big person, the kind of people I like are just the people that know how to make mistakes and take it light and just be like, yeah, oh shit, damn, I was wrong. Oh, okay, damn. Well, now I'm glad I know. That's how it's got to be, because it's just basic human error. It happens, you know what I mean? So no worries, don't worry about that. But let me get back to this one here. Let me see something. I just want to hear some more what they're saying about this. Now that we got that Postal Service thing down, yeah, folks, pay attention to that and spread the word. Let everybody know that the Postal Service activities have changed. They have changed. You see what I mean? And yeah, maybe we should do a whole show about that, just so the heading is Post Office changes practices, impending election, prior to elections and shit, just to get everybody to get the information.
About. So
a lot.
The Hawks are back, and the GOP, they're here. They never left. I want to be clear.
They were lying in wait.
They were lying in wait. I mean, I think this is the DNA of the Republican Party. For good and for ill.
It is the DNA of the Republican Party. All right, so let's go to the next one. Let's see here.
This is the quickest way to go.
It's the DNA to the Republican Party. They like to go after Iran. They like to go, that's their safe space. You know what I mean? Healthcare is not their safe space. Truth and honesty is not their safe space. You know what I'm saying? They don't like to do things in government that are for the people. I mean, it sounds so strange because that's what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? That's actually what it's supposed to be, but they don't like doing it that way. They like to do things like fight over oil and shit with the taxpayers' dollars, and yeah.
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who serves on the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, we just played sound from a couple of the lawmakers who were briefed on Venezuela. What did you learn from these lawmakers, from your colleagues? And what questions do you have when all senators are set to get briefed tomorrow?
Well, Anna, you're right. We'll have an all senators briefing.
Who was that who asked, hasn't Denmark ended physical mail? No, Denmark hasn't ended physical mail. Government mail is digital. So if it's from a government agency, it's digital. You got to use your secure stuff, like 3-pronged information to access that. But we have post box. And we get paper mail too, and you can tell companies not to send you paper mail though, but we do still have mail. It's just not government. The government mail comes digitally. So yeah, if you heard that, then that's true.
Tomorrow. Look, as you noted earlier in your program, this is really all about getting his hands on Venezuela's oil for the President of the United States. I mean, remember, when we went into Iraq, Trump said, well, we should have grabbed the oil while we were at it. So I'm glad you were able to focus on that piece. And of course, he's saying he's going to run Venezuela. He said that as recently as last night. He's also talking about going into Colombia. He's talking about Cuba falling. He's even talking about Greenland. So I think the questions we will have for the Trump administration is, how are you running Venezuela? The president's in charge. What's going to happen next? At a time when all of us right here at home are trying to get a budget done on time, we're trying to prevent a government shutdown. At the end of the year, the president just allowed the tax credits for middle-class families to go away. So health care costs are going up.
Yep.
What are you doing focused on running Venezuela at this moment?
I want to play more of what we're hearing.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, but I can't give this administration the benefit of the doubt on nothing. They're hiding. My view is they are crazy enough to do anything to hide from the Epstein files. I think it's important to not underestimate those Epstein files. It's important. They're hiding them for a reason. And you should be concerned about that reason. This is like, I mean, first of all, I don't know why we need the Epstein files before we impeach. I don't think we need. I think it's enough to withhold them. I think, what is it? How many days now? We dealing with 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks exactly. 3 weeks exactly from today. The budget has to be passed again. Remember, they kicked it over to January from last year. The budget has to be passed, or it's going to be a government shutdown. I believe Democrats should refuse to make any agreements that do not include the health care subsidies and do not include Donald Trump stepping down, J.D. Vance, all of them. Like, get them the hell out of there. That's what I think, because These people want to do you harm. They want to do American citizens harm. I mean, that's my feeling. I really don't understand why it's not abundantly understood yet. You see what I mean? Like by Republicans, I'm talking about people that vote. I'm talking about voters that voted Republican or voted MAGA. Understand something. Elon Musk means you harm. He doesn't like you. He don't like you. You see, this is all about, if you ask me, criminal activity to the highest order. You know, very problematic for the United States of America, what's going on right now. I mean, is it a coup? You know, are they actually in effect a coup? You know, to overthrow the government, not overthrow a party, not just control the government through elections, overthrow the government. Like, come on, y'all gotta wake up. The MAGA voters did not get what they wanted. The only thing they got to see is some babies get snatched from their mothers symbolically. That's what they got to see with ICE. Symbols of we don't like immigration. But there is no comprehensive immigration reform. That hasn't happened yet. So there's a lot regarding immigration that's not being done at all in replace of just this type of scare tactics. You see what I mean? So I don't see why any American citizen, whether they voted for Trump or not, at this point, would not be in fear of these people that are in power right now, this administration and the people that help them. Like, straight up, I don't understand that myself. And I really, it confuses me a little bit, but I know it's not easy for Americans to not be so partisan. But listen, this should be enough. This should be enough. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see it yet? You know, I mean, okay. You think this is just naturally happening stuff that's just, it just happens like this all the time, you know, no different from any other presidency. Is that what you're thinking?
Hearing from White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Here's his response when he was asked about leadership in Venezuela. Take a listen.
We live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge.
What's your reaction to that?
Well,
if you are in charge, then you are responsible for the outcome. You are responsible for everyone that starves. You are responsible for any institution that collapses. You are responsible for any response that any function that the government has. If you are in charge, he's literally admitting that. And this is how you know this guy knows nothing about the law, international law, national law. I'm curious, can he be held accountable by the next president or by the next Congress? Like, because he is saying things that just don't sound right. He's making a legal, when you work for the executive branch, right, you are going to be responsible for things because I mean, it's not just that what you do has no consequence to anybody. No, you're actually an official. And for him to say that we run another country, don't you think you can be held responsible for that? Like, that seems weird. You know? And but he went out there and said it. We control, we run it.
They need our permission. Complete
he went into such detail. They need our permission. That shit is crazy to say. Because that means you're admitting to having responsibility for every fucking thing. Tia, what's up? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how can you make a comment like that? This guy is off the hinges himself. He's off the hinges himself.
Leadership in Venezuela. Take a listen.
We live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power.
He's telling you how he's responsible. The reason why he is responsible is because he is the entity that had the strength, the force, and the power to do it. So he's basically telling a judge, he's explaining to the judge, he's making the prosecution easier by explaining how he did it and why he did it, how it's getting done. It's like, what the fuck is going on with this dude?
These are the iron laws of the world.
Listen.
We live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world. We set the terms and conditions. We have.
He sets, because of the strength, the power, and the whatever else he said, they're very definitive terms. He sets, because of that, they set the terms. I mean, how can you not be guilty for whatever happens at that point? How is it that you're doing? You know what I'm saying? Like,
a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission.
For them to do commerce, they need our permission.
For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission.
For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission.
So the United States is in charge.
The United States is in charge.
What's your reaction to that?
If he's doing this also at the president's direction, assumably, right? So Trump can't be tried for it, right? But the United States is going to be in a whole lot of trouble internationally because of this admission. That's the problem. There's no way people are going to reward you for admitting to being just what you admitted to. Nobody likes that. No one on earth likes that. There's nobody that thinks that's cool. Nobody thinks that's fucking cool, man. And that's the problem right now. Most people don't think that was right. Most people don't think it was right. Right now, you're going to be hard pressed to find governments that think really removing him was legal. Not too many people are going to go on record. They might say things like, well, we're happy Maduro is gone, but they're not. Those same people that say that are not going to say it was legal when it comes time for the international community. They're not going to say it was legal. They're going to say it's illegal. And they have to, because if you make an act like that legal, then everyone's going to fucking do it. And the worst part about it is that some of them are already thinking about doing it anyway, because the way this sickness works is that if you don't prosecute the U.S. for doing it, that means others can do it. On the UN level, basically, that's how it's going to work. And on a global level, really. I mean, once that becomes the norm and argued in an international court, if it's not put down in an international court, it becomes the norm.
Well, I heard about that Steve Miller rant, and what he essentially is saying is that President Trump thinks that the United States should go around invading countries whenever we want, whenever we can, in order to grab their natural resources. I don't think the American people signed up for that.
Nope.
We tried nation building in Iraq. It didn't go well. We've tried it in Afghanistan. It did not go well. And now you have Steve Miller and others talking about going not just into Venezuela, but other countries as well. I mean, he refused to rule out the use of force to go after Greenland in that interview he did last night. So, look, I think the American
Senator,
people
I'm so sorry
really want us to address
interrupt.
issues here at home.
We have the president right now talking about Venezuela. We're going to listen to that.
Okay, I want to see his big head. Let me see here. Yeah, we got to see his body and everything. You know how his mannerisms are. Let's see. Let's go.
Cubans, but many killed, and they knew we were coming, and they were protected, and our guys weren't. You know, our guys are jumping out of helicopters, and they're not protected, and they were. But it was so brilliant. The electricity for almost the entire country was boom turned on. That's when they knew there was a problem. There was no electricity. Caracas, there's no electricity. It's not the only people with lights were the people that had candles. It was just off.
You know,
so
he's talking so lightly on camera to the world, the international community. He's talking lightly about breaking the law. See, it's not that he broke the law and pretend like he cares about the law and actually took the time to find a more reasonable excuse or story or something. No, it's not that at all. He's actually doing the opposite. He's breaking the law and letting you know in real terms. He just thinks it's fun. He doesn't give a damn about that. Nothing. That was funny. Yeah, did you see the lights go off? He's just laughing. He's laughing at the international community. That is horrible for the United States reputation. Just the fact that you have a man acting like this means that there's other men and women that act like that too in real life. That's what that means when you have a representative. He is a representative of the people. Luckily, only 1/3 of the population voted for him. So that's very clear. It's very clear who those people are. And also, this is why I'm out here talking about this motherfucker, because I don't want you to think I agree with him at all. When you see me outside, I'm not going for none of that shit at all. I'm doing everything in my power. I actually organized a damn demonstration in front of the U.S. Embassy. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not bullshitting you at all with the proper people, with other Americans here in Denmark. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to do another one again. I'm going to do another one again. And why not? Because these aren't, when things like this happen, you need to be vocal and you need to let people know what side do you stand on. Like straight up, what side do you stand on? And trust me, just in case somebody in their brain is thinking that somehow I'm not telling you the truth about this goddamn embassy. No, I have pictures and all of that. There's pictures and all. It ain't the first time I did a demonstration in front of the American embassy either. You see what I'm saying? So along with others, but I'm talking about this time it was in my name, the whole damn demonstration, actually. So, but what I'm saying is that you have to let people know. You got to speak up right now. These times matter. This is not just any old day. This is not a day you experienced last year. This, if you're an American citizen, you haven't experienced this in your lifetime. If you're my age, not really. This is a very serious moment. This is a live or die moment. Like either we're going to sink or we're going to swim. But it's going to have to stop with this president and the people around him. It's going to have to stop before freedom comes. Like straight up. It's going to have to stop. You can toss healthcare out of the window. You could toss affordable housing. You could toss all your rights out of the window with this administration. Because it can get worse and it will get worse. And they don't have a problem with it getting worse. I mean, have you ever thought about who buys up your home when you can't afford to pay the mortgage anymore? It's these billionaires do. It's the billionaires. When you lose your farm, who has the money to buy it up? It's these billionaires. So, the bottom half of the country sinking is not a problem because, hey, they can buy up the houses. They can buy up your houses and then rent them out. You know what I mean? Like they doing now. The cost of living in some states is so fucking high because of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, so fucking high. And you're wondering why. They want to do it again. I mean, listen, if you don't like if they are true to what they say, then you already know what their plan is. They've already said it. Like, they were okay with a lot of this stuff. If they thought that it was going to hurt just certain types of minorities, you could say they were okay with that. But when they saw that it was going to hurt everybody, see, it's kind of like a double play. That's how they knew that you had to talk about minorities to get MAGA to go along. To get a certain part of the population to go along, you have to trick them. And that's exactly what they did. They read these people like a book. That's what that algorithm did. That is exactly what the algorithm did. The algorithm is what they are. They're an algorithmic creation, MAGA. You know, they were socially engineered on the fucking internet. That's what MAGA is. That's what QAnon is. They're socially fucking engineered. You see what I'm saying? And that's just a hard, cold fact of it. And, you know, people must take note. People must take note of that. And to flip this shit around. You see what I mean? Like the internet, the truth, you know, people, we have to boss up on this internet right about now. And we have to boss up in the streets. You see what I mean? We have to be vocal online and we have to be vocal offline. You see what I mean? And we have to be, you know, really spitting the facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to spit the facts and we need to get real about how we're going to organize outside on the ground to save lives, to help the poor, to help the more unfortunate. Like, that's the kind of attitude we have to take to get through this shit. If people think they're going to make it to another election, it's going to get hard, you know. But also, I think if you don't want your country, no matter who you are, if you don't, it doesn't matter what happened yesterday with these votes. If you don't want the United States of America to sink, then you need to get Republican or Democrat voter. I'm not talking about your representatives because they fucking corrupt. But the people, the voters, need to demand, you know, shut down the government until Trump steps down, until these people get the fuck out of there. Like do it. It's either got to be impeachment now or no funding of the government, like straight up, because I can only tell you my view of it. I don't think a lot of Americans are going to make it. I don't think a lot of Americans are going to make it if they have to go along too much longer with this. I don't think the country's going to make it. You see what I mean? There's a lot of bad things that can happen, and all you need is a little help to go in the bad direction. And the longer this little bullshit goes on, where things aren't functioning, where the economy is bad, where the government is holding back, you know, threatening everybody. And it's all based on your tax dollars. Notice they're never saying lower the tax dollars. No, they're just withholding your tax dollars. You see what I mean? So for projects and things like that, they're denying you the right to have a normal life now. So, you know, I think things are so unfair. I just don't see how a lot of people are not going to be harmed, you know. And is there really a reason why this has to happen? I think deep down inside, every single thinking American citizen, regardless of who you voted for, every real thinking American citizen knows that something is wrong with this administration. Like, straight up, you don't even need to give it a name. It's not really Republican. It's not really MAGA. This is something else, you know, and it's not pro-American people. There's nothing this man has done to put America first. There's nothing that he has done to put American people first. Like, nothing, you know. So, yeah, this shit can't go on, man.
Sort of got him a little by surprise, but it was a brilliant.
He's just going to laugh at everybody.
It was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time.
You see? So this is another point. This is why, and I'm just going to say this to the Dems, right? This and lefties. This is why I don't come out of the mouth about Schumer. You see, learn this in the art of war. When your enemy is talking bad about someone, you're not supposed to echo your enemy's words. You're only helping your enemy then. So regardless of what you think about Schumer, you should never talk about him like this. Say you don't agree, but don't talk about him like this, because you only helping these motherfuckers. I'm telling you, hold people accountable, but don't just get stuck on not liking somebody that shows up to work every goddamn day. Don't get too comfortable with not liking somebody that knows the law. Don't get too comfortable with not liking somebody that actually is really like showing up. You may not get it right all the time. He might have some problematic things, but you don't want to have a guy like that replaced with somebody with less ability. You see what I mean? And in any case, Schumer ain't no goddamn Donald Trump or MAGA Mike Johnson. You see what I mean? Like, by any means, you know. But this is the main point. No matter what you think, when you hear this, you shouldn't target that person. You should do whatever you want to do. If you think that person somebody else needs to get their job, do all of that behind the scenes. Do that with your constituency. Do that with your own people. But don't go out in the public and do this.
It was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time.
You see, that's exactly why I would never diss Schumer. Not publicly. Fuck that. I ain't going to do it publicly. I don't do that kind of stuff. Nah. He's not the problem. He might have a few things that need to be addressed respectfully, right? But look at the fact that this guy hates Schumer. So if this guy hates Schumer, you have to understand one thing. Schumer is doing something to fuck him over. That's what that's about. So if you want Trump fucked over, you might want to pay attention. Like, you might want to say, what is Schumer actually doing? What's Schumer doing to piss this dude off? I mean, you might want to think about that. You see what I mean? You might want to think about that, because trust me, if this dude is on Schumer's ass, Schumer is doing something that he doesn't like at all. You see what I mean? Like, just the fact that he came out of the mouth like that.
It was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time, and he's such a bad guy. You know, at some point they should say, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job.
You hear that? He's mad. Look, this is crazy. This is the equivalent of Trump begging. He's begging. This is weird.
Their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country.
Look, this is how Trump, he's trying to make friendly after he hates Schumer. Now he's trying to make friendly again. Look at this.
Such a bad guy. At some point they should say, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job. Their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country. They've been after this guy for years and years and years. And, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. And he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas that they're closing up. But he's tortured people. And now what they do, the radical left, they actually have people, and it's hard to get them. They're all paid people. Most of these people are paid. They're paid when they have brand new, beautiful printed signs.
Let me just see something. Listen, you just got to understand one thing. If Maduro is torturing people, which I'm pretty sure maybe he is, right? Or having people in his party do it right for him. What do you think Putin is doing? Trump doesn't seem to mind Putin. You see what I mean? he doesn't seem to mind Putin, and that's the thing. And take another note. I mean, just there's this other dynamic here. Just to stay in reality, right? Maduro, he made public statements about. Hold on, let me see something. Let me just dig this up to be accurate here. I'm pretty sure he made some statements here about the Ukraine war and his support for Trump. Let me see here. Yeah, let me see. I believe I spoke about this before, but listen, let's just so people can see what it is. It's worth knowing. Maybe it doesn't really get you to, the same place it got me, but it's worth knowing, right? So let's see here.
Yes, Nicolás Maduro, the president of Venezuela, has publicly made statements of support or alignment with Vladimir Putin and Russia regarding the war in Ukraine on multiple occasions. Here's a clear summary of what he has said over time. Support. Around the 2022 Russian invasion, in February-March 2022, shortly after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Maduro publicly expressed strong backing for Putin and Russian actions, condemning the United States and NATO and framing Western powers as destabilizing forces. In a telephone call, he told Putin he supported Russia's key actions and emphasized combating what he called Western disinformation. Venezuelan state media and Maduro's statements at the time reaffirmed all support for Putin in defending Russia and its perspective on the conflict. Ongoing statements and diplomatic alignments. Maduro has consistently framed Venezuela as aligned with Russia's stance on Ukraine, supporting peace talks or direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine as proposed by Putin, and praising Putin's initiatives toward dialogue without external interference. In May 2025, during a visit to Russia, Maduro explicitly echoed support for Putin's proposal to hold peace negotiations in Istanbul, describing the Russian president's efforts in positive terms and expressing Venezuela's backing for that diplomatic path. Contextual notes. Maduro's support has often been framed in terms of opposing what he describes as Western interference and advocating for peace through direct talks, a position that may be presented differently in Venezuelan state media compared to Western outlets. His government also maintains a broader strategic partnership with Russia, e.g., energy and military cooperation, reinforcing political support on multiple arenas beyond Ukraine. In summary, yes, Maduro has publicly supported Putin's stance on the Ukraine war. He has expressed full support for Putin's leadership and shared narratives critical of NATO and the US, backed Russia's diplomatic initiatives, and welcomed direct negotiations as proposed by the Kremlin. If you want direct quotes from specific speeches or official communiques, just let me know.
Yeah, I want to see some more direct information because look at this. See, so I'm glad I asked this. It says Maduro's statements on Ukraine have sometimes aligned with pro-Russian justifications for the invasion, but he typically frames his position in geopolitical terms rather than explicitly saying Russia had the right to invade Ukraine. Okay, so he hasn't explicitly said that. Okay. So, supportive language that echoes Russian narratives. In early 2022, shortly after Russia's full-scale invasion, Maduro expressed strong support for Putin's action and blamed NATO and the United States for provoking tensions by encircling Russia. He said Venezuela stood with Putin and with Russia and insisted Russia must be respected. Maduro also characterized Western sanctions against Russia as a crime against Russian people, criticizing them while showing solidarity with Moscow. These kinds of statements mirror key elements of the Kremlin's narrative, namely that NATO expansion justifies Russia's defense actions, even if Maduro doesn't always say outright that Russia was legally justifying and invading. Yeah, and that's what I meant. Now, what do y'all think about that? Let me know what you think about that. Do you think, do you find that curious? Like, that when it came to invasion, does it seem like he supported Putin in the invasion? You tell me that. Does it seem, put a 1 in the chat if it seemed like he supported Putin invading Ukraine, and put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I'm just curious what other people think. I think it is support, but for some reason I feel like, maybe it could be for alternative reasons. I don't know. More than just real support. Maybe it's just, he want to get something for Putin, or needs the weapons or whatever. I don't know. I'm not making excuses for him, but yeah, I saw that too. Now, he advocated peace talks, but he gave justification. He backed Putin's justification for invading, and that's an invasion. You see what I mean? So in my view, it's like when you support invasion, I just find it very curious that Trump talked to Putin. He talked to Putin before invading. And he said that the conversation of Venezuela never came up. And I just find it very curious that Putin invades Ukraine, and Trump backs Putin pretty much. He backs him on the same narrative. Think about this. Just think about this for a second. Trump backs Putin on the same NATO narrative. Maduro backs Putin on the same narrative, but he gets invaded. Maduro gets invaded. Putin doesn't get invaded. Maduro gets invaded. I mean, I'm just curious about that. The question was, does it sound like Maduro supported, Putin's justification for invading Ukraine? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he did. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he didn't. That's what I'm curious about. I mean, I just think it's really, really, it shows you how the dominoes roll around, how the dominoes fall. This is the problem. I think a lot of people, they don't realize when the domino can fall on them. They support things, but don't realize, that same thing, just a chain reaction could be set into effect. And that chain reaction can hit anybody in any different kind of way. And I just wonder, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? I mean, the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because these two conflicts exist simultaneously right now, right, within proximity to each other. So I'm just curious, do you think there's some synergy there between those events? Do you think there's some karma there? Do you think there's a domino effect that was put into play and it came back on Maduro without, maybe he didn't think about it? I mean, just think about this. You're a leader of a country and you support another country. I believe maybe he didn't, but it sounds like he did. You support another country invading. You get weapons from a country and you support the invasion, right, of that same country. And just within some time apart, now you're locked up and your country was invaded. And your country was invaded. But I mean, I don't know. It's just something that seems real weird about this. I don't know what it is. Maybe I can't figure it out. Yeah, it might take some time, but it just seems really weird. And you look, maybe it's Trump's presence that's the most weirdest about all of this, right? Maybe it's his presence that is the most weird because, I mean, at the end of the day, he's okay with Russia invading Ukraine. He's okay with Russia invading Ukraine. And it may also been like he got the idea from Putin and now he's invading Venezuela. Is that what this is? You know what I mean? Is this what he's doing? Did he get the idea from Putin? How to do it, what to do, what excuses you can make. I mean, it kind of seems like that to me. I don't know. I'm not saying it's direct. I'm not saying Putin talked to him and told him. I'm just saying, like, did he think about this? And then all of a sudden they say, you know what? We can invade Venezuela. We can use the same things. National security threat. It's a threat to us. Think about the lines that Putin went down. And Maduro, I mean, think about this. He supported Putin's justification, which was a security concern about NATO. So that justifies invading. Trump uses security concerns, but his is drugs and narcotics. And then later, after he invades, he says, it's a security concern because we don't want Russia and China getting that oil. You see what I'm saying? It sounds very familiar. I don't know, Trump's excuses, you know what I mean? And they're all in proximity to each other. But in any case, let's see.
By like the highest quality printer. And you have a woman, free Maduro. And the sign is before we even did the attack. You know, free Maduro. Why do you want him freed? I don't know, but he should be free. Oh, she reads the sign. What does that say? It says free. Well, that's what I believe. And, you know, you see the sign. It's like, Lisa, we should all have quality signage like that. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. You know, the old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow.
Look, this is the meeting. You know, they're there. They're just laughing it up. They're just laughing it up.
No, I want to find out who that is. I want him to work for the Republican campaign. He's much better than our guy, whoever the guy is. But the United States proved once again that we have the most powerful, most lethal, most sophisticated, and most fearsome. It's a fearsome military on planet Earth, and it's not even close. You know, I've been saying it for a long time. Nobody can take us. Nobody. We don't want to have it. We don't have a discussion, but you read all and you see everything else. Nobody could have done that. Nobody has our weapons. Nobody has the quality of our weapons. The problem is we don't produce them fast enough. We're going to start producing them much faster. We're going to be very tough on the companies. We have the best weapons in the world, but it takes too long to get them, including allies. When allies want to buy them, and they have to wait 4 years for a plane, 5 years for a
Okay, we're
helicopter.
going to continue to listening and monitor if he makes any more
Trump was in a braggadocious mode during this meeting, obviously.
remarks related to the mission or plans for Venezuela.
He took that moment to just brag. What the fuck? There's nothing serious there. Like, this is an insult to government. This is an insult to government. This is crazy.
Venezuela. I want to continue our conversation with Senator Van Hollen right now. We just heard the president describe a little bit about the mission. He claims mostly Cubans were killed as far as the casualties.
Yeah, I hear you about the ADHD, you know. But I think he comes off like a narcissist, man. You know, a step further, you know, ADHD, you know, they don't usually have huge egos, man. They might talk and speak, but this dude has like a seriously like his ego, you know, is very, it seems like he wears it on his shoulder. You know, it could be scratched at any time, and then he gets angry, and then that's it. He won't do business with you at all, no matter what the stakes are for anyone else included. You know, this kind of stuff. Like he seems like he has some deep scars.
And claimed that it was Cubans protecting Maduro. He talked about how lights were cut. He called it a tactically brilliant mission. And he says Democrats should be praising the capture of Maduro, calling him a bad guy. Your thoughts on what we just heard?
With AI,
you can create any character you want.
Should Democrats be praising? I don't think it's necessary to praise. The man is in custody now. I think Democrats know very well that the military is capable of doing something like that, you know, under certain circumstances. If the circumstances are right, yeah, they can succeed easily on that. If it's the right circumstances. I don't think any Democrat is surprised by that. Come on. I mean, you know, Obama sent the SEALs in to get Osama bin Laden, which was a lot harder of a job, by the way. You see what I mean? Like, so I don't mean just the house invasion. I mean the investigation, finding the man even first. You see what I mean? What it took to even find out where he was, right? And let alone access it. You know what I mean? Without being harmed. You see what I mean? They didn't have a giant ship. You know, Afghanistan is up in the middle of in the mountains. There's no ship there. You see what I mean? So it took some time. They had to be exposed, but for some time, you know, for a lot longer time. So, but I definitely don't think Democrats don't think that their military is capable of doing a lot, but they don't talk. They don't, when they speak about things that have to be done, they don't look like goddamn coons and cartoon characters, and they don't talk like they're just silly, you know, having no respect for the job or the post, or, you know, this guy is literally up here bragging. He's literally bragging. You know, that for a world leader to do after people died. A lot of people died. I heard a grandmother died, was killed by shrapnel. You know, let me see something. How many people died? You know, this information didn't come out initially. I'm curious about that. How many people died? Just to give you a sense of what he's doing here, you know. Look, hold on. Yeah, the is the data. Hold on. Okay, they say some early reports cite at least 40 people killed, including civilians and military personnel. So there were civilians killed here, and he's laughing. He's laughing at civilian death. Other counts, including Venezuelan or independent sources, suggest the toll may have been risen to around 80 deaths when including all casualties. Within these totals, 32 Cuban national, military, and internal security personnel were confirmed killed by the Cuban government. Venezuelan officials' tallies have listed at least 24 Venezuelan security officers were killed, with additional civilian casualties not fully tabulated. Okay, civilian, right? So they're not fully tabulated. That's interesting. That's another, you know, topic. Okay, so important notes. These figures are preliminary, contested, and throughout reporting vary widely depending on the source, timing, method of counting. Okay. Yeah. So why is there confusion? The term, okay, yeah. So there's no confusion about that. Yeah. So in any case, you know, there's civilians. I'm curious about that, how many civilians, but I did hear a report. As a matter of fact, let me do one more thing here. I want to know if there's any reporting at all about the civilians who died, just the civilians. Overall casualty. Okay, official estimates 75 to 80 people were killed during the operation, including military personnel. Civilians. Venezuelan authorities have not released official breakdown by category, but there are other observers saying civilians were among the dead. Some reports suggest at least a portion of the casualties, potentially dozens, may have been civilians, but it's unclear. Okay, so some reports suggest that it could be dozens. Okay, right. So yeah. Okay, now. Damages. Independent reporting and eyewitness accounts describe strikes near populated districts of Caracas and surrounding towns, with homes damaged or destroyed. So people's homes were hit. Like, people's homes were hit in this. I mean, people's homes were hit in this. You know, and this is what I mean. Like, I don't know, but me for myself, it's like, it just seems like it wouldn't matter like what party the person was with. They're like civilians basically, right? So it could be any party. You never know. Local officials, including Venezuela foreign minister, have stated that missiles and bombs hit civilian infrastructure and that civilian deaths and damage are part of the impact, which they argue violates international humanitarian law. Yes. So so there it is. That's sad, but in any case, it is what it is, and we're going to get some more news on that. But let's hear a little more now. Hear Trump ramble.
I salute each and every one of them. But the president should not be putting American lives in danger so that he can go into Venezuela with big American oil companies and his billionaire buddies to make a lot of money. As you see, Wall Street is really, really happy about the idea of going in to Venezuela. So the notion that Donald Trump wants to use American power simply to enrich his billionaire buddies is something that I think the American people will really reject entirely. Look, Maduro is a bad guy. There are lots of bad guys around the world. Vladimir Putin is a dictator. We don't go around trying to use U.S. military force to go after all the bad guys in the world. And
do me a favor, y'all. Click the like button if you get a chance, please. I appreciate that.
Donald Trump, when he was running for president, specifically said that we should not be doing that with our resources. We should be focused on making sure.
Exactly. He did. Does MAGA remember that? Nope. They don't remember that. I mean, not the ones that stick around with Trump today. They don't remember. But the ones that's leaving his ass, they remember very well. That's all they're talking about.
People have their costs come down, have prices come down, and that they can make a good living for themselves and their family rather than focused on these foreign wars.
We've also heard sort of a national security argument around the actions taken by the Trump administration to capture Maduro. The State Department put out this post, the graphic of President Trump and the words, "This is our hemisphere," superimposed on it. You see it there. They added, "President Trump will not allow our security to be threatened."
By the way, I wanted to let you all know, I don't know how many of you know that gold is over $30 right now. This Ken Ross Gold Corp stock is over $30 right now. It's gone up. It's tripled in the last 6 months. It's tripled.
Senator, is this move by the Trump administration beneficial for U.S. security?
Absolutely not. What we're doing actually is very dangerous. And this goes back to the national security strategy that the Trump administration rolled out a few weeks back. Where they threw overboard the whole idea that the United States supports freedom.
Lithium, Argentina is up. It's up almost to 10 now. 10 CADs, actually.
And the rule
of
law.
Just to have people take a look. Lithium, Argentina. That's a Cali company. I think, right? Yeah, no, that's a Canadian company. Sorry about that. Operating in Argentina.
Democracy around the world, however imperfectly we've actually implemented, they threw that out entirely. And they essentially said the United States can do whatever it wants with its military in our hemisphere. The implication clearly is that other leaders, people like Putin or Xi, can do what they want in their neighborhoods, which explains why Donald Trump has never really stood up to Vladimir Putin. And if you're President Xi of China, you're going, well, hey, Taiwan's only 90 miles away from me. That's my backyard.
And
so what Donald Trump has done is...
That's what I was getting at earlier. So you see what I mean? Like, he talked to Trump before he did this. Putin talked to Trump before this. Trump says publicly Venezuela didn't come up in the conversation, right? And then he invades Venezuela, but people are saying that he already had a deal, that he had a deal with Trump, like they're operating together in sync, like that Trump, what he's doing is he's talking about Greenland because he wants to worry the allies, and kind of split them split their resources up over covering Ukraine and now possibly having to do that with Greenland. So that's intentional, right? That's what people are saying. And it's also my view too, right? Now, then there's also this thing of, if they already have this arranged, like, Trump can take Ukraine. Putin can take Ukraine, which is why Trump, obviously, look at Trump's behavior with Ukraine. It's almost like he wants Russia to win, right? And then, obviously, China does want Taiwan. So what would give China a good argument? Well, if you had Russia getting away with it, and you had even better, if you got the U.S. getting away with it, that almost really helps China out. You see what I mean? And it just makes you wonder, like, if I was a Venezuelan, I would pay close attention to that little, that idea I just put out there. You know what I mean? Because if Putin sold out Maduro and he knew it, because how is it possible that he didn't talk to Putin about Venezuela before that? How's that possible? Does that sound like the truth to you? Does that sound like the truth? Let me see. Should I even play that clip? Let me see here. Let me see how that works out. Yeah, I'm just curious about this. I could have swore I heard this, right? So, let me see. And is there video? Let me see something. Yes, exactly. Look, let me see if there's a video. I knew I wasn't imagining this shit. Trump actually said it. Now let me open this up. Let me bring this over here and see if you all can catch on to this one right here. Boom. You can see this, right? And then here. Now let's watch the video.
Russia has the advantage, as you know. They have encircled about 2,500 soldiers. They are nicely encircled, and that's not good. And we want to get it over with. Look, we're doing this. There are no Americans involved. There could be if you end up in World War III over this, which is so ridiculous. But, strange things happen. And I think we had a great call. It lasted almost 2 hours. Talked about a lot of things and toward getting it to peace. And we talked about other things also.
Was there non-negotiables mentioned by Putin? It was reported that I think the Kremlin media actually stated that he demanded an immediate cessation of aid to Ukraine in order to get to this multi-step deal.
No, he didn't. We didn't talk about aid. Actually, we didn't talk about aid at all. We talked about a lot of things, but aid was never discussed.
What? Wait a second. That's not even in the. But it says that he's. Let me see here. What is this? Trump publicly stated that he did not talk with Putin about Maduro during the call before the offensive. That's Reuters. So let me just check that out real quick. I don't know why I pulled up a different video. What's up with that? Maybe it looked like a video I thought it had. Okay, so Trump says he's not thrilled with Putin over war in Ukraine. You see what I'm saying? So they talked just a little bit of time before the invasion. So he talked with Putin and then he invaded. You see what I'm saying? And he's claiming that there was no talk about Maduro. His name didn't come up. What does that mean? You see what I mean? Like, what does that mean to you? What do y'all think that means? Obviously it's true. It's been reported. I don't know if it's true in that way, in the sense that what Trump is saying is true, but Trump said it, right? It's obvious Trump has said this now. What do y'all think about that? What do you all think about that? Do y'all think that's interesting? What do you think? Do you think Putin sold out Maduro just like that? What do y'all think? Let me know. If you think Trump and Putin, if you think Putin sold out Maduro, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious about that. How many people think? As a matter of fact, maybe I should just, I'll wait for the 1s and the 2s. Do me a favor, click the like button too. Those of you that's not in the chat and just listening, do me a favor. And those of you that's in the chat, either way, right? But yeah, let me know if you think Putin sold out Maduro, because to me, I don't see why. I mean, the fact that he didn't even have a conversation about Maduro seems to suggest that he doesn't give a fuck about Maduro. I'm just saying it. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like to me, because if you care about somebody, their name is going to come up. Now, is that true? Is Donald Trump lying? Do you think Trump is lying? If you think Trump is lying, put a 3 in the chat. Okay. Again, if you think Putin sold out Maduro, put a 1 in the chat. If you think he didn't, put a 2 in the chat. And if you think Trump is lying, put a 3 in the chat. I'm curious about this. Daniel, you say we living in the end of times. I mean, hey man, you never know. You never know. I mean, nobody knows until it comes, you know. But in any case, we got the gist of that. Now, let me flip over to the Greenland situation, you know. Okay, somebody said 3. Bit says 3. Daniel says 3. You know, I'm like, if you didn't bring up the guy's name, then it means you don't give a shit about him. What the fuck? This is the last conversation. Trump is about to invade Venezuela. He picks up the phone to have a call with Putin about Ukraine. And as soon as he hangs up the phone, he goes and invades. How the hell are you expecting us to believe they didn't talk about Maduro, man? How's that possible? I don't get that. I don't get it. Because Putin wouldn't want. So you think Trump is lying? You think Trump is lying? That's what 3 is, right? Number 3 is you think Trump is lying. Yeah, I think Trump is lying too, because it's obvious why? How? I mean, or maybe not. I think Trump is lying. I think they did talk about it, and I think it's 1 and 3. I think Putin sold him out, and I think they did talk about it, and Trump is lying. You know, that's what I think is going on. 1 and 3. That's my official. Let me just put that in the chat myself. 1 and 3. So when I go back, I can remember what I said. Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out where this falls into line, but I think it's just my view. You know, I think Putin sold out Maduro, and I think his name definitely came up in the conversation, and Trump is lying, saying that it's not. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No, but it's what I think, and I operate on what I think. You know, I don't operate on other shit. You know, sometimes you're not going to know everything by the way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could still take an educated guess. You know what I mean? That's also good sometimes. But in any case, let's dig up and see what they're talking about here. This is the debacle with Greenland, and I have to cover this because I live in Copenhagen, Denmark myself. And, you know, I stand with the Danes on this, like, period. Any type of thing about sovereignty. Also, how they talk about Denmark. Yo, Trump, man, fuck you, dude. Like the fact that he would do that to Denmark shows me that it's not that he doesn't respect Denmark. It kind of shows me that Putin owns him. Like, he doesn't want. I don't think Trump would do it if Putin didn't own him. You see what I mean? Because Denmark is a very, very staunch ally of the U.S. and have been. You see what I mean? And so nobody, anyone who knows anything about NATO knows that Denmark has been backing up the U.S. 100%, and American people. You got to know that Denmark has been backing up American people 100%. The United States of America 100%. The Denmark was the first one to sign the NATO agreement, one of the first. But also they have a treaty with the U.S. and that treaty has stood the test of time. You know what I mean? It stood the test of time. More Danes by percentage. I think they lost more soldiers by percentage than any other country going to war to back up the U.S., going to Afghanistan, going to Iraq. I believe so. You see what I mean? And and so to hear this shit coming out of Trump's mouth, I'm sorry. It's just a load of bullshit. And Americans should not go for it. Americans should not go for this. You know, we need to be smarter than that. You know, let me see here. This is ridiculous. We need, you know, listening to some MAGA people is like, it's like listening to an echo or something, an echo chamber. We do need Greenland for our security. Numbskull, you already have soldiers in Greenland for your security. You dumbass. Like, did you know that? Like, stop repeating things that were said 50 years ago. What the fuck? It's like, that's why you have the agreement and the treaty with Denmark. And that's why there's a treaty. They've signed more than one. It's like 3 different times that they reaffirmed this treaty for security. You know what I mean? And that's what Trump is saying doesn't make any sense. He's like, we need it for security. Did you know you already have military there? A military base on Greenland for security? Did you know that? I mean, it's crazy. You know, oh, well, if you're not MAGA, then you need to know your facts still. Usually it's MAGA people saying what you said. We need it for our security. You don't say we need it for your security when you already are present. Okay? It's a given. You signed a treaty. We know you need it for your security. That's not the question. It's not only you that needs it for its security. Denmark needs it for its security too. Okay? NATO needs it for its security too. You see what I mean? And the Greenlanders, more importantly than anyone else, need it for their security above yours. You see what I mean? So that's the thing about it. And the Greenlanders have told the United States of America firmly, the answer is no, thank you. Stop asking us. Or you're harassing us. Like Trump is a sexual harasser, kind of like that. And you shouldn't want to have anything to do with that, you know. But that's the issue. Also, NATO allies, when you're a part of NATO, you agree to a set of standards. And the set of standards are all NATO members. By the way, this is Article 1 of the NATO treaty. All NATO members have to resolve all issues peacefully in dialogue with each other. Very simple. That's how. Otherwise, the rule is broken, you see, and NATO is off. So if you think it's wise to lose NATO just to have Greenland, then go for it. If you need it that much, go for it. Hey, why don't you do that? But I think a lot of intelligent people would think that somebody was stupid to do that, would be stupid. Because, again, you're losing people that backed you up more than anyone else, and you're showing the world that you don't even appreciate the people that backed you up. That's not good for your reputation. That's not good for your future. That's not good for the United States of America's future. That's bad for our future. That's bad for our reputation. That's extremely bad. And although we have a lot of weapons, our reputation helps us exceedingly, believe it or not. You see what I mean? Like, that helps. You can have all the weapons in the world. It's not going to get you across the finish line. You know why? Because people hate an asshole and hate a bully. You see what I mean? So you at least have to come off like you're useful and respectful with people and appreciative. You see what I mean? And there's one way. The worst thing you could ever do is punish the people that supported you most. You know, that means nobody else is going to bother to support you. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? I hope you understand that. In other words, there is no way in shape or form trying to take Greenland is a good idea for the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's just no way. It's all bad. So if you want to keep discussing it, okay, but I'm going to tell you straight up, I think it's just a distraction from the Epstein files, and I think it works for Trump for that, and I also think he's doing it for Putin to try to split up the EU so they have to focus on more than one geographical area, seriously. I think that's really what it's about, to help Putin.
Leaders from major European powers expressed support for Denmark and Greenland in a joint statement, saying that the Arctic island belongs to its people, following renewed interest by U.S. President Donald Trump in taking over the Danish territory. The leader said that the security in the Arctic must be achieved collectively with NATO allies, including the United States. For more on this, let's now cross to SABC News correspondent who is live for us in Washington. How seriously is President Trump's renewed interest in Greenland, being taken in? Is this, viewed as a firm policy position or something else like political posturing, maybe?
Somebody in the chat said, do you know anything about geography? Do you know anything about geography? That's a good question. Do you know anything? I mean, here's the Earth. What do you know about geography? What do you know that's so special about geography? Let's take a look at the geography. You tell me what you know about geography, and then I'll show you what I know. Okay? This is the geography. Everybody can see that. And yeah, as you can see, the USA is down here under Canada. Can you see what that is? Let me see. The U.S. is down here. You see what that little spot is? That's the top of the U.S. Oops. Damn, why did it go down to Venezuela? Right here is the United States. Where is this? What state is that? No, stop this. What is this? That's not Venezuela. One point not. But in any case, you can see right here. This is Maine. Right where that white spot is, that's Maine. Right? Now, how far is Maine from Greenland? From the closest point in Greenland? How far is that? It's basically about the same distance as the United Kingdom, right? Basically. Maybe the United Kingdom is just a little bit longer, right? Iceland is there, right? But let's say you want to go to the far end of Greenland, like what the United States is talking about. The United States is talking about going where? Let me see if I can make it bigger and then bring it down. See, the United States is talking about this area here, right? This area up here. Oh, y'all can't even see it. Let me see. Let me make it bigger. Is that going to help? Yeah, this area up here at the top, right? To stop Russia, because you can see, obviously, there's only two places for Russia to bring its subs to the U.S., right? And that's through these straits right here. So, in reality, just for those that don't know, Greenland is should not be the only concern for the United States of America. After all, if it needs Greenland, I'm just saying this for people that never thought about it before and have never looked at a map, right? If Greenland is important, then all this other shit up here is important too. All this other stuff to the right is also important of Greenland. All of it. Why is that? Because it all leads back to Russia, this big green blob on the top of the screen, right? You see that? You see that? Russia it has an outway this way through this whole sea. So it's not Greenland, right? It's not Greenland that would simply be like the magic trick for the United States in security against Russia or China. Wrong. It is actually not that at all. That would be, how can I say, cheating people of the big picture, cheating people of the actual facts. See, the truth of the matter is that all this Baltic stuff, Arctic, all from Greenland to the right of Greenland, all of that, and including what is between the white part, those little specks of white, and the green part, all of that in between is extremely important for the United States of America for security purposes. I'm talking about physical security. I'm talking about to make sure you don't get fucking hit with a bomb type of shit. Yes, that's what submarines do, right? Submarines so one way you block the subs off, right? If you look at a map, one way you block the subs off is through that waterway, right? It's not Greenland. You see, there's a whole lot of spots up this bad boy. There's a whole lot of places for security. Not only that, guess who's securing these waterways also? Who is that? Who are these other countries? Who are these people? Finland, Norway, right? Sweden, maybe Sweden, no, Finland, Norway, Estonia, right? You know, it's some others here, right? Now, the UK is also patrolling that heavily. Now, do you wish to cooperate with them or not? So put a 1 in the chat if you think securing that is definitely in the U.S. interest, that whole sea to the right of Greenland, and that cooperation might be a smart thing to do. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you think. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think that's necessary. Just curious about that. You know, let me know your opinion and let me know why we're looking at the map. Here, let me show you the map again, too. Here's the map. Let me take my image off. I mean, I love maps, by the way. I mean, I frequently pull the maps up here on the program, right? That's why I had it ready. But just so you know, I mean, you let me know what you think is a good idea for the United States. If it would be smart for the U.S. to have, you know, all this little sea between Greenland and to the right of it covered, covered to make sure Russia can't get subs out that way. And by the way, let me show you the other way Russia can get subs out to you. Let's go. Since we got this map up, it was a really excellent idea. Thanks for mentioning the map. I love it. I love it. I love it. Right here. This is another way Russia, St. Petersburg, right here. See that blue part that just came up? St. Petersburg. That's an outlet for Russian submarines. Right? You see that? St. Petersburg, right here. See? There's an outlet to where? The Baltic Isles, which lead to where? The Atlantic Ocean. Right? And who does it pass? Finland, your NATO ally. Estonia, your NATO ally. Sweden, your NATO ally. Latvia, your NATO ally. Lithuania, your NATO ally. Poland, your NATO ally. I'm talking about allies of the United States of America. Denmark, see this little important waterway here? Anything that comes out of there has to come right through Danish waters. And the waters, if you notice, get more constricted. Yeah, it might be a good thing to work with Denmark, to have a little respect for your security reasoning, right? Netherlands, United Kingdom, right? You see? So these are your NATO allies, and these are the same people that are saying, yo, you have to respect the sovereignty of Greenland. You got to respect the treaty they already have with Denmark. That you just have to respect it. And all these people got a lot to do with your protection against Russia, American people, whether you believe it or not. Now, the moment you allow Donald J. Trump to screw up your relationship with those people, you have put yourself in physical danger like you have never been in before. That's the real conversation for adults. The phony conversation is nobody else has any consequence to my security. We're so great. We can do it all by ourselves. That's the phony conversation. You see? So thanks for bringing up the map. It was an excellent idea, and I always have the map handy because I encourage all people when they talk about geopolitics to have a map handy. Like, just very simple, okay? Now, so again, now that we looked at the map, I don't know what I don't know what Trump's reasoning is, but it ain't security. It's not security of the United States of America. It has nothing to do with security of, maybe that's the problem. It's the exact opposite of security. It's insecurity that he's fucking working on. You know, Trump is working on insecurity. And and if that's what American people want, then that's what you get. That's what you get. You know what I mean? It's okay. You pay for what you get. You're paying for it right now too. And you're going to pay some more, especially with ideas like that. That is ridiculous, you know? So go ahead and do what you want. If you feel like you want to do it all by yourself and that makes you more secure, then don't care what anybody in Greenland says or in Denmark. You just go right to it. You know what I mean? And enjoy what you will get for it. That's what I say. Because, look, I live in Denmark, man. If the U.S. wants Russia to bomb it, then fuck it. You know, I'm like, go right ahead. You want a Russian submarine outside of New York? Hey, no problem. You guys do what you want to do. You want it right outside of D.C.? Hey, you can do it all by yourself. You've been doing that forever. You don't need nobody. Lord knows the United States of America don't need nobody's respect. They don't need no friends. They don't need any treaties. They don't need to speak to anybody with any respect. I mean, can you imagine the fact that there's anyone that would back up Trump on the way he talked about Denmark? How insulting that was. Like, just the mere fact that you would back that up shows something's wrong with you, because you're not even the type that even understands that that's not the way you do it. But at least you got access to the island. At least you got your security concerns worked out. You know, maybe that will stop. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it will come to an end. You know, let's see. Let's see here.
Well, Unaki, I think there's a lot of concern since the U.S. extraction of Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela regarding anything that Donald Trump now says about other foreign countries. And it's led the leaders of France.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all.
Germany, Italy, Poland, Spain, Britain and Denmark to issue that joint statement that says it is for Denmark and Greenland and them only to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. You've got Denmark's Prime Minister going a step further, saying a US attack on Greenland would spell the end of NATO. And, you know, in the last half an hour or so, you've had the leader of Greenland saying that support by European leaders is important at a time when international principles are being challenged. You know, this is not the first time that Donald Trump has mentioned an interest in Greenland. He talked about his interest in buying it. I think in his first term, Denmark and Greenland said that Greenland categorically was not for sale. And since the action in Venezuela, Donald Trump reiterated his interest in Greenland on Sunday, saying that it's so strategic right now. Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. Its location is strategic. It's becoming more and more accessible with the climate change and the warming of the planet, making it easier to navigate in those shores. But also the minerals and resources on Greenland is vital for the US's tech race with China. So given what's happened in Venezuela, Donald Trump's comments and that of his aide Stephen Miller, who said that no one would fight the US over Greenland, you know, people are taking these comments very seriously, I think.
And in fact, I want us to, by way of context, Jagriti, just go into that a little bit more in terms of what is driving this renewed focus on Greenland. You know, is it, you've touched on it a little bit, primarily around the Arctic security, the rare earth minerals, or countering, in fact, you know, the growing Russian and Chinese influence in the region, as you've just alluded to?
It's all of the above, I think. You've got the race for resources is vital. You're seeing that with the fight regarding tariffs and trade between the United States and many of its allies even. But you're also seeing that with the pressure on the production of semiconductors and microchips, but also rare earth materials.
You know, so people can see right here, these straits right here, this area right here, the Norwegian Sea, the Greenland Sea, Iceland, these islands here, right? This is the island, the Bering Straits, the Bering Sea right there, right? All of this is issues. These are security issues that you would want to have with Russia, because this is Russia right here. This the tip top green blob up here. You see, that's Russia. The top of the green blob you see on the screen. So everything to the left is the sea. So that's where their submarines would come out of. And so that means they got to come all the way through the sea. So that means that whole sea is territory you would want to defend, the whole sea, not just the area near Greenland. You see what I mean? So just think about this again. In terms of a threat, an issue of security, military security, threat from Russia, militarily, specific, right? Russia and China, maybe, right? This whole sea, the Bering Straits, the Greenland Sea, all of that is an issue. But look, who is this right here who is on this same sea? The UK is on this same sea. You see what I mean? The UK is on this same sea. Norway is on this same sea, right? Who else? Is it Finland? They must have an outlet right here on this sea, right? Exactly. And now when you get over to here, then there's Russia. So if you want to defend these waters from Russian or Chinese ships, are you going to do that alone? Do you want to stand alone? Is that what you want to do? You want to stand alone on that job? Or do you want to stand with others? Because, because you got all this to think about. Now, if you look to the left, this is Canada up here. To the left of Greenland, that waterway right there, that's Canada on the other side of that waterway. There's military base up here. There's several different Canadian bases in this vicinity of this area right here. Up at the tip top. I can't even show it to you right now, really. Let me see. Up here, there's a base. Just at the tip top, on the other side of this little straits right here. So the, what is this? The Baffin Bay in this strait. I don't know what this strait is called. Of course, you would want to monitor that also. But Canada has a base there. Let me see if I can let me just right here. Let me see. Canadian military bases. Just so people can get an idea of what I'm talking about here. You see? So you see it now, right? So let me do this so you can see it better. You see that? Right at the tip top, that's a Canadian base, military base. You see? Northeastern Canadian Alert Force Base, right? And there's more. There's more on this side of Greenland. So when Trump, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not a concern, but the U.S. already has a military base there. You see? And, you just have to ask yourself, how much of a role does Canada play, since obviously Canada is closer to Greenland than the goddamn United States is. You see? So nothing about what Trump is saying, or most of what Trump is saying about military security, is a complete, utter lie, is what you get out of this with a map. It's a complete, utter lie. All of this up here, north of these little red U.S. cities down here, everything north of these little red dots, everything is Canadian. This is Canadian right here. This is Canada, Newfoundland, Quebec, Ontario, all of this. What is this? Nunavut or Nunavut? I don't know what that is. Manitoba, all that's Canadian. All of this is Canadian. All of this is Canadian. Up here, all this red thing, that's Canada. Everything between that is Canada. So just to think that the U.S. needs that for security, motherfucker, what the fuck's wrong with you? That makes no sense. That only makes sense to people that don't look at a map and think about it for a second. I'm talking about look at the whole map. This is Russia. You see? Russia can come out here any place from past this white line to the left. They can get access to the sea there. You know, they can get, you know, it might be some issues with ice or whatever, but obviously they can get access to the sea here, right? So can China. If you come all the way over here, so can China, right? Theoretically, somehow, right? Because China's right here. This is China here. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. So I think, you know, it's a bogus claim that Trump is making. It's an utterly bogus claim, and that it is only about mineral resources and therefore devoid. There's no more conversation because it isn't about security, physical military security. It's only about minerals, and ergo, they ain't yours. You know what I'm saying? And that would be pure, utter, like Columbus Day. That would be pure, utter. We want it because we want to mine it. I mean, you have to get a mining license. Why don't you just get a mining license like everybody else? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but Trump doesn't want to do that. I mean, and people that support Trump, apparently, or maybe people on accident that just never really thought about it, or, you know, support the idea without really thinking about it. I don't know, but there you have it. You can't go wrong with a map. You can't go wrong. Not if you take your time and look at the big picture.
Materials that are needed to power so much of AI and other technologies that are out there. But you've also got this idea of that the Trump administration has of reasserting American dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This idea of the Monroe Doctrine that Donald Trump has been talking about, an 1823 policy by the then President James Monroe that rejected European colonialism, but it's about that the Trump administration has now taken as a big policy position of its own, which Donald Trump is now referring to as the Monroe Doctrine. And it's this idea of, you know, as I say, American.
What does she say? Hold on.
Colonialism, but it's about that the Trump administration has now taken as a big policy position of its own, which Donald Trump is now referring to as the Monroe Doctrine.
Right. So the Monroe, I guess he's talking about the Monroe Doctrine.
And it's this idea of, you know, as I say, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere as a driving policy of the Trump administration at this stage.
And I mean, just as we continue, especially just mentioning, you know, China and Russia, what message do you think this standoff sends to these countries, particularly given what we've just been discussing about, you know, their increase in the Arctic footprint?
Now, let me go back to this map again, because there's something else to observe. Now, yeah, exactly. There was one other point to this. Let's see here. So, oh, where's it at? The map's not up. Is it here? All right, here we go. Now, check this out. When you look at the location of, we go in over to here and we look at the location of Ukraine, right? So everybody knows where Ukraine is. You see Ukraine right here on the map, right? Oh, let me take my camera off. There we go. Ukraine is right here, right? You see that? That's Ukraine right there on the Black Sea. Let me make it larger. Boom. Can you see it now? Right. So there's the Black Sea and here's Ukraine, right? The Black Sea is just south of Ukraine. Right now, here's the theory. Russia is to the right and above, to the north and to the east, right? Exactly. North and east, everything north and east of Ukraine pretty much, right, is Russia. Not all of it, but let's say northeast. Everything northeast is Russia. Now, the EU is busy inside defending Ukraine from Russia, right? Assisting with its defense, right? Now, they have logistical issues because it's over land, so they have that kind of dynamic going. So they got air or land to work with, right? But they're fighting one issue that came up that apparently they didn't expect, right? You got to think about this. They expected Russia, but they didn't express Trump to threaten over here. You see? They didn't expect that. Why? Because no American president has ever threatened them before since, NATO was made. So Greenland is over here to the left of all those countries, and also Denmark. But in some kind of way, in defense, these countries have to give Ukraine a lot of attention right now. You see? So this is Denmark. You see? This is Belarus. This is Poland, right? Okay, so Finland and, is here. Estonia. There's also, you probably can't see Estonia on the map. Here we go. Estonia, Latvia, Finland. You see that? And all of that is next to Russia, right? So these countries feel like Russia is expanding. Now, take a look at the size of Russia. Do you see the size of Russia? Russia is huge geographically. Russia's huge. It's big. I mean, it's not as big as maybe the map makes it seem, because you're up in the north now, and it kind of has a way of doing the same thing with Greenland. It makes Greenland look bigger than it is, right? But it is big, but it makes, due to the flat map theory, you see what I mean? It makes it look bigger. And it's the same thing. I think part of Russia also is kind of like that too. But nonetheless, Russia is on paper the largest geographical country on Earth. So that's a data point you have to think about, because when the conversation comes up of colonization and who should be afraid of who, Russia is, got that size through colonization. It's just that people don't really appreciate Russia to the extent that they study Russian, the history of Russia. They don't even care. A lot of people know nothing about Russia or Russian history, right? They know more about Western European history, and they cite that often. Rarely, in the colonial history, rarely do they cite Russian colonial history, but it's a very real thing. It is a very real thing, and it's had very real consequences in history. Like, I'll give you an example. At one time, I even think Russia had a ship outside of Denmark that came all the way down into Denmark at one time and was about to invade Denmark. Do I have that story right? Do I have that right? I believe I read something about a Russian ship up here in Denmark. That is, you see, that would be up here, St. Petersburg, making it all the way down here and approaching Copenhagen, being outside of Copenhagen at one time. And this is in the colonial period. Let me see here. So not that this is not that there's not more Russian history, right? But it's worth noting some of these things. Now, people that are not from the Baltic Isles may not find this history relevant to them, and therefore may not look into it at all. But it doesn't make it. Let me see here. It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it. Here it is. It doesn't make it. It doesn't, just the fact that it doesn't mean something to others that don't live there in the region doesn't mean it doesn't mean something to the people in the region. That you got to understand, right? So let me see here. This was the Great Northern War era. See, and this is 1700, 721. During the Great Northern War, Russia, Denmark, Norway, and other Baltic powers allied against Sweden, and Russian warships did operate in the Baltic Sea near Danish waters as part of a coordinated operation with allies, okay? 1716, a Russian squadron that included the ship of line Poldava and others. Let me see here. And this is not even the issue. This is not even the time. No, this is the time frame, but it's another engagement. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is the same. Maybe this is right. 1716, a Russian squadron that included the ship of the line Poltava and others cruised in the Baltic Sea and arrived near Copenhagen to join Allied fleets after Sweden had become their strategic opponent. Between 5th to 14th of 1716, these Russian warships operated together with the combined fleet of Russia, Denmark, England, and the Netherlands. And this wasn't a direct battle at Copenhagen itself, but it was part of a wider maritime. Battle of Kure, 1710 near Copenhagen. There was a notable naval engagement in Kure Bay, just south of Copenhagen, 1710 October. During the same conflict, however, the battle was between Swedish and Danish. There was another. Let me see this. Let me see here. There was a. No, this is wrong. Where did I hear the history of this? There was at one time, was it not a battle? But in any case, sorry about that. In any case, the Baltic Sea has colonial history, right? And Europe has colonial history. Western Europe has colonial history with Russia. That's the point. So these countries' histories go back. You got to remember, Denmark's 1,000 years old. The United States is 250 years old, right? So the history over here, we're talking about a history when the United States of America didn't even exist. When we're talking about Russian colonial history, when we're talking about Western European powers, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Netherlands, France, Spain, Italy. The U.S. didn't even exist for a lot of that. You see? So, it is just something worth referencing that other people in their mind, they have a different set of histories that's going around in their mind in relations. Now, you can, it's not all positive. It's not all positive, the relations, you see. Now, if you look at Russia itself, right, which starts here to the left, like if you look in the middle of the screen where this green stuff starts right to the right of Finland, that's where Russia starts. You got to go all the way over here before Russia ends. You see, you actually have to come all the way over here before Russia ends. So, yeah, that's something people might want to think about. You see, this is China down here, and above this white line is Russia. You see? Boom. You see what I mean? Is this the Manchurian? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's a huge ass country. So the idea, the premise that somebody's trying to take something from them is totally ridiculous, because Russia got that large through colonizing it. How did Russia get so large? It's very simple. It's very simple. Territorial expansion driven by a combination of military conquest, colonization, strategic marriages, and diplomacy rather than a single event. It's over time. Origins of early expansion, late Middle Ages, right? Kievan Rus, 9th, 13th century, early East Slavic state around the modern Ukraine, Belarus, and Western Russia. Okay. Mongol era, this is 1240 to 1480. Mongol domination fragmented the region. Local Russian principalities paid tribute, but slowly gained autonomy. Rise of Moscow. Moscow consolidated nearby principalities, eventually overthrowing Mongol rule. Great stand on the Irga River, 1480, becoming the center of the growing Russian state. Expansion east, Siberia, 16th century. Conquest of Siberia started under Ivan the fifth? Is that Ivan the fifth? Is that the fifth or what? Ivan the Terrible, and accelerated by the Cossacks like Yermak Timofeyevich Russian moved east across the Ural Mountains. Now, where the hell is the Ural Mountains at? I mean, you know. But in any case, you get the picture. People may not want to. Here, I can make this even more explicit. Let me see. Did Russia have a colonial history? Boom. Right? Of course it did, right? So you could see Russia did have a colonial history, though it's very different from the overseas empires of Britain, Spain, France, and Russia. Right. Russia tried to colonize the west side of the United States. From this side, you see, they actually tried to colonize Alaska, and they did. They did for some period, right? Then they sold it to the U.S. Now, I don't know how many of you know the history of that, but it's worth knowing because it gives you an idea of what colonial history means, right? Just to be clear, since I'm on this shit right today. Now check it out. The first Russian contact with Alaskan indigenous peoples is a classic example of colonial expansion with major consequences for the native population. Here is a detailed breakdown, and I'm gonna tell you, you know, people should really check up on this because it does often mingle in Western colonial history. Also, Russian colonial history does mingle. It mingles with Western powers, colonial empires also at times. The first Russian contact, late 17th century, mid 18th century. Russian fur traders, ring a bell, pelts and all of that. Explorers, mainly Promushleniki, independent fur hunters, right? Okay, pushed east across Siberia to the Bering Strait. So that, you know, you could see after they pushed all the way over to the Bering Strait, then they pushed to Alaska, right? After they got to the end of, you know, Asia, they crossed the sea. 1728, 1741 expeditions, Vitus Bering, a Danish navigator. Check this out, a Danish navigator in the Russian service. I think I'm getting close to one story about this. I think this guy might connect with what I was saying before, but in any case, about a Russian ship now. And Alexei Kirkov, okay, mapped in Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Okay, 1741, Baron's second Kamchatka expedition reached the Alaskan coast, marking formal first contact with native Alaskans, primarily Inuit people, and later the Tlingit and Alutiiq and Yupik people. Okay, immediate impact of native people. Fur trade, forced labor. The Russians were primarily after sea otter pelts, which were extremely valuable in China and Europe. Okay, native populations were forced to hunt sea otters. You see that? So they were forced to hunt sea otters for the Russian American company. Yeah, that's an actual company. Ring a bell? Right. Most colonial nations had companies that, you know, did the business of their king or queen, right? Russian American company often under threat of violence and hostage taking. Okay. So the natives didn't like them, apparently. Many indigenous communities faced severe disruption to their subsistence economies, which were originally based on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Violence and population decline. Resistance was met with brutality. For example, the Inuit Rebellion in 1763, Inuits attacked Russian fur traders in retaliation for harsh treatment. Russian reprisals killed many Inuit and enslaved others. So they were enslaving. You have to understand that. So again, it's just to outline something. When we talk about these connections with people and these interactions with people, we need to be clear about what we're discussing. You see what I mean? And to not give the impression that somehow one one group of people only colonize people. You see what I mean? That's not really the case. You see? So when you go to look at what's going on here and you listen to the dynamics of this, right? The conflict that the EU is having today with Russia, right? When you listen to the conversation, right, and you hear Russia say it's invading Ukraine because it's defending itself from an expanding NATO. Well, look how big Russia is. What the hell are you talking about in expanding NATO? What it is Russia expanding on other people. And Russia has been losing part of its colonized lands, but you can't say that that's an issue about NATO. That's an issue about people don't want to be colonized by you anymore. You see? So there it is. Now, I'm only reading what it says here in the order that what it says. This is someone else's report. So I'm reciting the report. So it's not what I think when I'm reading this. Now, the issue of slavery came up when I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know, actually. So I see your comment in the chat and you assume something. Don't waste your time assuming. You could have spent the same time asking a question, by the way, and you know, instead of just being wrong by assuming. But apparently they did enslave these people. I didn't even know it. Right. But I did know that they attempted to colonize and they committed genocide. I knew that. That's why I came to the topic. But you learn something every day if you open for it. You know, did you know about this interaction? How many people knew about this interaction? Put a 1 in the chat if you heard about this interaction before, and put a 2 in the chat if you didn't. I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody heard about this before? Oh, okay. I'm just curious, you know. I don't know. I'm asking. That's the good thing about me. I actually ask people. I don't assume they've seen it before. I ask, Now, because I mean, this is something worth knowing. I mean, also Americans need to know this. This is part of American history, by the way. Maybe not United States history, but American history. You see what I mean? It's part of Russian history, colonial history, right? And it's part of Native American history, right? So, and some people would say this stuff isn't important. But listen, if I was actually the United States making an argument, about trying to have Greenland, I would look into how I treat my own natives too. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, I was saying all that to show the connector points. Russia is big. And because of that, because Russia has expanded on other people in history in the past, Western Europe, if you know anything about the colonial histories of these countries, these nations have always been aware of that. They've always been aware of that. Russia was a big colonial power. It was actually and it has a history on the Atlantic coast also, of the Americas, not just Western coast, right? And it has some significance. I mean, Russia traded with them. So look, Russia had also colonized, like, in the history here. You see people that might have been on the Baltic Sea. I believe they Lithuania, the Duchy of something here, right? They had colonized this thing. And I think that's the time period I'm actually looking for. I have to look it up. The Duchy of something is coming out of Lithuania when they were pretty much a vassal state, not colonized, but a vassal state for the Russian crown, right? Obviously, that's the colonial period, right? And so in any case, Western Europe is aware of Russia's colonization and how it got so big. Although a lot of other people in the world, when you see their arguments about it, they make it seem like they're not aware of that. So they actually really do believe the hype when they say it's NATO expanding on Russia. If you just look at a map and know the history, you would know how preposterous it sounds. You see what I'm saying? Like, you would know how preposterous that shit sounds for real. It's like, but obviously you can see how often people don't look at a map and don't want to look at history, but they want to take sides. You see what I mean? you know, and then when somebody pull out a map on their ass in a history book, then they be like, damn, they get sour and upset with you and then want to, no, you don't understand, get belligerent with your ass. Now, so back to the United States. The United States is down here. See, this is Canada up here. This is Canada right here. The top red points is Canada. You have to go below the top red point to get to the United States. So the United States is under Canada, and it's talking about it needs Greenland for its security. But really, this whole blue area here between Greenland and Europe, Western Europe, needs to be secure. All of that to protect yourself from Russian submarines. Also, all of this Baltic thing right here, all the Baltic thing for the submarines. All of that Baltic shit right here. This St. Petersburg, that's the other side. They can get submarines out for here. And guess who they got to go through? Norway, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Poland, Denmark. And they really got to go through Denmark. So when you see Trump, you see they got to get their subs through this. You see what I mean? And then that's Denmark sitting right in the middle of that. So why would you want to make an adversary out of Denmark? You have to think strategically. You see? So if the U.S. is really worried about Russian and Chinese subs, right? If that's what they're worried about for their security, if American people are worried about that for their security, you might want to tell Trump to just shut the fuck up, because Trump is about to compromise your security. Trump is about to get your ass blown up. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump is about to have every goddamn Chinese and Russian sub at your doorstep just because Trump is attacking his own allies, the people that backed up the United States of America the most in its history, in its modern history since World War II. You see what I'm saying? So this kind of information is worth knowing. It's worth looking into. It's worth refreshing your memory about. It's worth discussing it with others. Not just because it's the only topic. No. There's plenty of topics. The globe is big. We could talk about history around the whole globe and politics today, how different cultures and people interact with each other. We could talk about that too. But in terms of current events, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I think this is right up the alley
I think,
of what makes sense.
There are lots of analysts who are saying...
Do me a favor. Click the like button for me, y'all. I'd appreciate it. It helps more people come in contact with the stream later. I appreciate that.
That the action that the US has taken in Venezuela sends a message abroad that action without impunity is possible, that any actions such as the Russian invasion in Ukraine or China's interests in the South China Sea, territorial interests, it fuels their abilities to maybe take unilateral action themselves. Others are saying that actually, no, this wouldn't change any considerations that countries like China and Russia might be making in their own patch. But what this does is this fuels their condemnation of U.S. imperialism.
You know, Kevin, what's up with you, man? You a real hater? All right, bro. Look, he's up here. Learn from a dude that says all that Baltic shit right there. Hey, no problem. You don't have to learn from me. Why are you here? Then he goes on to say, nobody's paying attention to V. That's all that matters. Okay, so you're here. Why are you here if you're not paying attention to me? That's pretty weird, man. Any case, that means you don't want to be here today, bro. That's all. I helped you out, man. See you later, man. No worry. No need. Anyway, yeah. But as I told you, that's how people get, because they have really what that's about is that he has a specific perspective that maybe something about what I was saying contradicts it. And instead of discussing it freely and in an open environment, in a laid back, down to earth environment, right? In a friendly environment, instead of doing that, antisocial.
As Russia has been describing it at the United Nations. You listen to some of the criticisms and, you hear China's ambassador talking about the U.S. trampling one...
Don't worry. I know enough people are listening. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? This guy's what's wrong with him, man? Is that how he gets people listening to him, like some passive aggressive shit? It's like, That's people be on that shit, man.
Over Venezuela's sovereignty. You've got, Russia talking about international banditry. So this is adding, fueling those sorts of criticisms that are being leveled against the United States, that they are trying to be the world's policeman.
Oh, the Saudis gave Kushner, they gave him $2 billion. The Trump administration, Trump family, they're lining their pockets. I think they said now they're up to $6 billion. When he came in, he had less than $2 billion. Now he's up to $6 billion. That's less than a year. The man has made something like $4 billion in 10 months, something like that.
Without consideration for the sovereignty of other countries.
Somebody said Greenland was not found, it was colonized. Yeah. Now, I mean, yeah, again, who am I to decide what term somebody would like to use? But that's not even what Trump has a problem with. Listen, Trump is okay with colonization. So you have to understand that. You got to put that in perspective. Trump is cool with colonization. So he will use the same term you used. He wouldn't say found. He would say, yeah, we colonizing the shit. Or he might say found too. But the issue is that was done then. And it's important to talk to people. I know plenty of Greenlanders because I live in Denmark. I know plenty of Danes because I live in Denmark, right? And so I talk to them. You know what I mean? It's a conversation that's ongoing, by the way, openly in the public. The issue of Greenland becoming independent has been a public conversation in Denmark. It hasn't been hidden under the table or anything. The election, they had votes on it. It's gone through a process, a political process. And basically, Greenland is basically independent. The only thing that it doesn't have is the security thing down. That's the only question about who's securing it, who's going to secure it. So Greenland only keeps Denmark really for the security part of it. And it's really important. I believe that's the case, to be honest. And they're moving even, they're dealing with that right now. But the question of their relations, if you want to know how Danes and Greenlanders get along together, if you want to know their history together, right, in real history, right, then you need to really talk to them. Go and read and look up on the history. Talk to Danes, find some sources, read on the history, because although it's colonized, I think I would say this. It's worth knowing exactly the details of their relationship through time. You see what I mean? And but there's a lot of people that bring that up. Listen, Denmark has a colonial history. You have another public conversation that was the U.S. Virgin Islands, and that comes up in this conversation. I don't know. Here, I'm going to play this one part, and then it will lead into that. A Danish politician spoke today on CNN about this specific thing, and he was talking about Stephen Miller not knowing that it's strange to know that there's a representative that's talking about these things, but doesn't actually know the history himself, like never reviewed the history. And one of the things that comes up is the history. The Danish representative explains the history, the whole history. And so here it is. I'm going to play that, and I'm glad you brought that up because it's worth getting it right. So let me see here. Let me just pull this up here. It's on my phone actually. So here, let me get this going for everybody.
Deputy Chief of Staff's comments there. What is your response to Stephen Miller when he openly questions Denmark's territorial claim over Greenland?
I will try to say this as politely as I can, but it is quite shocking that a person who's in charge of this completely illegitimate land claim on Greenland knows so little about the history and the background of why Greenland belongs to Denmark. The United States themselves have signed at least 3 treaties where they recognize Greenland as part of Denmark. They did it in 1917 when we sold the U.S. Virgin Islands to the United States. Part of the treaty was that they should recognize Greenland as part of Denmark. It has been approved in New York in the UN Plenary Assembly by the entire world that Greenland is integrated into Denmark. And the history goes all the way back to Viking times, when the Vikings settled in Greenland in 982, and since 1380, so for 646 years, Greenland has belonged to Denmark, uninterrupted and undisputed the entire time. So this may be one of the most well-established ownerships of territory in the world. It is not disputed by anyone. It has never been disputed by the United States themselves. And they really should know these things before almost starting a war with an allied country.
So what is likely the response for Stephen Miller?
No, he doesn't care. He goes on TV to talk about how Greenland has 30,000 people. They have 57,000, so he's also off on the facts about Greenland. They don't seem to care about the facts and the reality in Greenland, which is also that the United States has exclusive and full military access to Greenland already. So this talk about needing Greenland for security is complete nonsense. The United States can put as many troops in Greenland as they want. They have chosen to only have 150 troops currently, downscaling from 15,000 troops in the 50s and 60s. And that also shows that it's not true when they're talking about the need for a large military presence in Greenland. They talk about that the United States are the only ones that can protect Greenland, but the fact is that they're the only ones threatening Greenland. Neither China nor Russia are threatening Greenland. They don't have any intention of taking Greenland. The only ones that have that intention is the United States. And this is a very sad situation to be in for Greenland.
So what... Yeah, I guess this begs the question, what happens next, right? European leaders reacting today with that joint statement, reaffirming what many have said already, that only Greenland, and you are echoing this, only Greenland and Denmark will determine Greenland's future. Do you think the European statement is strong enough?
No.
And will Trump get the message?
I don't think it's strong enough. I'm afraid the Americans are not going to stop. We don't know if they're going to attack Greenland militarily or not. We will defend it, and in that case we would be at war. We would be fighting each other, which is completely absurd. And it's very hard to disagree with our Prime Minister's analysis, even though I'm in opposition to her. But you cannot disagree that if the United States attacks a NATO country, there is no alliance. We have an alliance with the Americans and with other NATO countries to have our territories protected from others taking it. And if you start taking territory from your allies, that's not compatible with being allies. That's the actions of enemies, not of allies. So it would be the end of the Western alliance. Nobody's going to want to be in an alliance with someone that tries to take territory from allies. But I don't think it's the most likely scenario. I think the more likely scenario is that the United States is going to make an economic offer to the Greenlanders, trying to bribe them into becoming part of the United States, which is equally unacceptable. I mean, imagine China going to Hawaii, trying to bribe the people there to leave the United States to become part of China. Greenland is not a colony. It's an integrated part of Denmark. It is no more a colony of Denmark than Alaska or Hawaii is a colony of the United States.
One other reason Greenland is back in the headlines is not just because, of course, we've heard both Stephen Miller and the US President threaten Greenland. It is partly why Stephen Miller was asked about this, because his wife, a conservative political figure in her own right, posted this image of Greenland with a US flag there, with the one-word caption, soon. So, what is the received wisdom? What's your intel? What are you and your colleagues in the Danish Parliament, what do you believe may happen next and when at this point? Well, I mean, when you see that post, do you expect there to be action in the days, weeks to come?
We certainly can't rule it out. We can't know what the American next step will be, but we certainly can't rule it out. They're not ruling out military action themselves. They've been asked the question numerous times, and they refuse to rule out military action against Denmark and Greenland. So we have to be ready for that, unfortunately, which is completely absurd. But as I said before, I think the more likely scenario is that they're going to try to make an economic offer to the Greenlanders to make them leave Denmark to become part of the United States. You have to understand that only 6% of the people in Greenland want to leave Denmark to become part of the United States. There isn't a single member of the Greenlandic Parliament that wants that to happen. They had an election last year, and nobody was elected that wanted to be part of the United States, even though it was already on the table back then. So, I mean, it's really difficult to deal with people that don't understand that no means no. And it's also difficult to deal with people that do not accept facts. And it makes no impression on them when we tell them the facts. We heard President Trump mock Denmark about how we have added a dog sled to the defense of Greenland, when the reality is that we have added more than 5 billion euros, 2 frigates, 3 large unmanned planes, many other capacities are on their way. And we only do that to accommodate the American fantasy that Greenland is threatened by China and Russia. But we don't even get any credit for that because they just keep saying that all they've added is a dog sled. So it's really hard, and it's also hard to see what can we do for the Americans, what can we give them that they don't already have, because they already have unlimited military access to Greenland that they don't use, and they could extract all the minerals that they wanted if they would just put up the investments. So there's absolutely no upside. There's nothing they need in Greenland that they do not already have exclusive access to. And the best thing for them would be to talk to us like normally and ask if there's anything more that they could get, and they could get it. But the idea that they will annex Greenland, attack it, bribe it into becoming part of the United States is very dangerous. And it may be one of the most illegitimate land claims ever in history. There's no historical claim. There's no moral claim. There's no threats from Greenland. There are no drug lords in Greenland. There's no illegitimate government in either Denmark or Greenland. There's no excuse for this. None at all. There's no legitimacy behind it.
The view of Danish Parliament member Rasmus Jarlov, and it is very good to have you on. Thank you very much indeed.
I think, I think that pretty much covers it. You know, he went through a lot of history there. That's 1,000 years. That's a long ass time ago. That's not in the same. Let me go here. You know, that's a long time ago when Vikings came. We're not talking about even the colonial history I was going through in the 17. This is not the 1700s. Hold on, let me see here. When did the Danes go to Greenland? And this is what I was saying about, you know, when you should talk to Greenlanders and Danes, because listen, they have some cultural ties. You see what I mean? And those cultural ties, you know, kind of tell you the history explains the cultural ties that they do have. They have legitimate cultural ties. Now, people that want to talk about colonization, I say talk about it, but talk about it without forgetting just the facts. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about 982. That's 700 years. AD. This is crazy. Greenland was initially settled by the Norse Vikings from Iceland, okay, including Eric the Red. Yeah. They lasted until the 15th century. You see, so they kind of crossed that period. So they're there. Let me see here. When was the Danish crown? I'm sorry. I'm about to be out of here, y'all, but I'm going to be back. Let me see here. You see? So, no, it started then. Damn, this is like, okay. So, but this is different periods in time. This is not Christianized Denmark. Okay. So this is not Christianized Denmark. It's Norse Denmark. So, this is when they were polytheists. This is before they were Christianized. And this is before the Christian colonial period, you could say, right? The one that Americans come out of, right? The U.S. comes out of that period. So, actually, this is a good part of history to look into since they wanted to bring it up, since Trump wanted to bring it up, since he wanted to weaponize the U.S. military, the U.S. public, the media against Greenland, against Denmark, an ally. My suggestion is people should talk. Yeah, they're pagans back then. People should learn the history then. That's how we deal with this issue. Learn the history so that you actually have a real understanding of what you're talking about and what you're engaging in and what you're about to embark on. I mean, that's just the way I would say. And I would say that about anything, anybody, any people. You know what I mean? It's important to get the nuances and the meat. The meat, and before people get out there and just like, do something wrong, do something unnecessary. But in that note, I'm going to be out, folks. I will be back. And let me see here. I'll be back later on and it should be around maybe 12 midnight, something like that. I think I will be back maybe. Yeah, I'll be back again. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, exactly. I'll be back again. So it will be between 12 and more like 11, 10. Daggone. I'm not sure, but I got 2 more streams coming up. So I will see y'all in the next 12 hours. So, or 14 hours. Yeah, I got to split them up. So I will see you all later, but it's been an interesting dialogue today. I'm glad I looked at the chat. I got a chance to, talk to some folks, and I got a chance to answer some questions. And I also got a chance to be, to kind of see what some people's state of mind is. Like, look, it's nothing wrong with learning something new. And because of some of the statements, a couple of statements that were made here in the chat today, I actually was forced to go research, pull up some information, and people learned some new shit. They learned that, whoa, don't go so fast. And I think it's the same thing with this Greenland thing. Like, we learned something. I got reminded of some shit I hadn't even thought about. You see what I mean? So I think we came to a perfect resolution today about what's going on with Trump and Greenland. It's insane. It is just dumb. It's just dumb. You see what I mean? What Trump is doing to Denmark, it can only be because he wants to harm the relationship, because nothing about his argument makes any sense. I firmly believe now more than ever, after hearing what I heard and reading what I read, that Trump is doing this for Putin, like straight up. The Greenland thing has more to do with Putin, if you ask me. And also escaping the Epstein files, wanting to have something else to talk about that gives him some time away from the Epstein files, because, all that's coming out right now. The DOJ, people are waiting and demanding things from the DOJ. If Representative Rokan, if his next bill goes through and is agreed on by Congress, not bill, but something, there's some sort of is it a bill? It's something that doesn't have to go to Trump's desk that will actually cause Pam Bondi $10,000 a day every day personally. Like, they're about to corner in Pam Bondi, and that's coming up soon in the next week. You see, hopefully it passed. And that means Pam Bondi will have to pay $10,000 a day. Of course, she'll go broke every day that she withholds the Epstein files. And why can they do it like that? They have the freedom to do it already. Why? because the law has passed and it's been signed already. So the refusal, the penalty for the refusal, they don't even have to go to Trump to. You see what I mean? Like that is like insane. So yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming out. I appreciate the conversation, and it's actually a good time to communicate together as like just smart people, good people, people that want to bring this problematic shit to an end. People that are dedicated to that, and yeah, that way we can save our fucking asses, yo. Save our asses. This guy is trouble for us. Okay, what do you say, Mason? We need the Epstein files? Yeah, no doubt. And please end this nightmare ASAP. Actually, yeah, I say end it. End the Trump nightmare, because it's just dragging on way too long. At the end of this month, January 30th, the government might go back into shutdown, and I'm saying people should demand, the Democrats should hold out. They should demand that Trump steps out of fucking power. Like, just don't give them any of your votes. Don't let the government be funded, because he will use that money to fund invasions. He will use that money to fund all kinds. He will use that money. Look, he's weaponizing the government against Democrats already. He's already about to withhold billions of dollars from 4 Democratic states. So why even fund anything else? Why fund the rest of the states when this man is being hostile like that? First of all, it's illegal to even do that. It's illegal to take action against states for partisan reasons just because they're Democratic states. That's wrong. If you find a problem in one state that exists in another, it's just supposed to be about the problems and where do they exist. And this is how we're confronting it. But what he's doing is only going around picking at blue states to try to withhold money. Well, Democrats, yo, shut the government down, withhold money from everybody if that's the case. Like, make the deal. Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk and all of them got to get the fuck out of power. Like, get the fuck out. Make that the deal. And yeah, let's see how they deal with that. I mean, I don't want to wait till November, but in any case, y'all, I'll be back. I appreciate y'all. Everybody be good. Have a good beginning to your evening, right? To your, I mean, what am I talking about? Not your evening, to your morning. Damn, you guys stayed on here with me till the top of the morning. It's like 7 a.m. over there. Some of y'all, it's even earlier. 4, 3. Some of you guys. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all in a few hours. Peace. One.
People subdued when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Like a load
lotus coming out of the mud with colors. I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Since the Star Trek room.